Meow. Hi.
Hello, hello. Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, depending where you are. Today, we are here within the zone. I'm Fufu, and I'm joined here by the lovely Lila. Say hello, Longkite.
Hi, guys. Welcome to In the Zone. It is me with Fufu. And don't question if we're just little creatures sitting behind a desk at the moment.
I
We're
got turned
surely
into a
here.
Pikmin. Please
We're
help
gonna.
me. Please free me from my
Yeah.
Pikmin jail. Please.
Pikmin jail. Look, you drink a little bit too much of the Capri Suns, the Pikmin Capri Suns. All right, we're not gonna talk about that. I'm also just jailed into becoming a noodle cat, but we don't talk about that either because we're gonna be following Bait Battalion versus Midnight Zone in the first best of threes into this in the zone bracket here.
Some really cool names, if anything. And look at that. We have some amazing night mode provided to us as well. Gorgeous, gorgeous. But as per usual, in the zone, we have our zones map and we're going into the new and improved Undertow Spillway. We're going to have a little bit, we have those extra little side passages as well, those little shower cubbies on top of that. What are your thoughts, Lila?
Oh, the new reworked zones, definitely. I mean, look, we saw some interesting gameplay yesterday regarding to Undertow zones, and oh, hello.
I forgot to move back.
Hi,
Hello.
guys.
We have turned back into yeah.
I mean, look, take your time. Oh, okay, there goes the Pikmin. Okay, goodbye.
I have the kids.
You have the kids. They're safe. That's good. Keep them safe. Keep everyone else safe. You don't want to be tossing people around, you know?
We do not indeed. But we're gonna get into it here.
Yeah, we're gonna toss some people around already. Wait, these roster peoples are insane. Look at it. We have Lyos, Karma on one side, and then we have Color on the other side. I recognize these players before.
Oh no, absolutely. This is going to be a really good match just based alone on the layout that we have. Already, I am noticing we do have backlands, or at least semi-backlands on each team. I do love to see the 10 pick and the pencil pick on top of that, but already Midnight Zone going one down. That's Platana, unfortunately, going down right off the bat. Bait Battalion looks to be on the way of capturing the zone. Of course, until spillway moment, double zone. There we go. The zone is now capped in your favor, ready to go as they are preparing for the offensive once more.
I mean, they're preparing for the offensive really hard at the moment, but they do find two already. Finding the Zuka with the third, that's just icing on the cake for Midnight Zone to try and start retaking this, but that cooler on the side of Bait Battalion isn't doing them any justice, because look at them. All of them are just jumping in and already trying to contest the zone, but unfortunately, I think this will be Midnight Zone flipping that zone for them to take back this lead.
Oh yeah, for sure. Midnight Zone already finding themselves on their feet once more. As you said, that zone is now capped. Nice and favorable, if anything. Bait Battalion, forced to retaliate in this, but it's just special to special. That hammer taking a 2-pick right at the bat. Okay, we're at 3. That is a wipeout in the favor of Midnight Zone already. They came back fighting from that retake.
It might have looked like Bait Battalion had this for the get-go, but no, it is just Midnight Zone at the moment giving the biggest retaliation. That Tetsu might have gotten Karma killed, unfortunately, but they're gonna find one in trade for that in solidarity, but it's gonna be the pencil going down too, so there's no cooler for Bait Battalion at the moment, so they're gonna have to try and fight this out as fast as they can, because there's only 30 points ticks left on the clock here, Fufu.
Their last chance to try and gain control of that zone, with them going 3 down, only leaving their pencil to fend for themselves here. Midnight Zone is in a very comfortable position to try and knock this out. Only basically 10 ticks left. They gotta go now.
Ooh,
but with an extra pick on the board and a sandwich with a hammer, taking 2, taking 3.
Oh, nah. You can't let them do that. You can't let them do that. This is the opening round. Don't let the Viper get a triple with the hammer. A hammer is not supposed to work, right?
Oh, but Bait Battalion is not giving up just yet, stopping that counter and capping it at a 2 counter just when we thought all hope was lost. They came back fighting, already sending themselves out to try and knock Midnight Zone out in their base. That was an incredible retake, and honestly, just that last-ditch effort.
Yeah, the last-ditch effort and coming off as well. You gotta understand how powerful the cooler special is. They just let the Bait Battalion just now, although going freak down, just come back immediately and jumping in and getting the paint onto the zone. As they are right now, because they just got a trade, but both of these teams still has their specials ready to go and trying to hold as long as they need to. Gabe with Dazuka in a 1v1 takes the lead there, but the Carbon and the Hammer is the one they want to be watching out now. They do watch out, and they do get them. They might actually get the reverse KO here if they're careful enough.
With numbers practically even, Bay Battalion very much well looks on their way to take this lead. Those strikes coming out to wall Midnight Zone even further. Midnight Zone's last chance to try and take this back. But Bay Battalion is still in control, knocking out the game in just a second. There it is, Bay Battalion with that reverse catch on that knockout. Oh my goodness.
Reverse catch already in the first game and Undertow zones. You gotta think about what this implies for the next 2 maps that we're gonna be seeing.
My goodness. No, yeah, that was already an intense. This is our first game of like the tournament, basically, and that was already an intense showing, like 2 seconds in, and a very well-deserved fist bump. Yeah, no, that's insane. They just, we're getting the counter push to the push, basically.
Yeah, I mean, look, Bay Battalion had that great opening. Midnight Zone retaliated as well, but they just didn't manage to hold on to those 2 points that they need. And then Bay Battalion was like, oh, that's 3 points for us. 2 points, we could do that. We're going to do it with definitive fashion, too, because you saw how coordinated both of those teams were. They were, like, on the edge of trying to push each other out, but it was Bay Battalion that kept onto it at the end.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, like from the we've only calmed, Undertow Zone.
Oh, there it is. Wait,
oh, there it is. Oh. Gorgeous.
They got a double before this, and there's that triple. Look at that.
That was insane, by the way. Honestly, Wack was pulling crazy stuff during this game alone. But
remind me of Walk, walks,
Oh yeah, like the cooking tools.
Yeah.
What? My son fell again. What was I talking about? But he's okay. He's okay.
Your son is okay. We love to see it.
Yeah, I was very much expecting the back and forth that we, the last time we calmed this map mode that we got last time. But no, we got instead really large pushes from each team, just showing their strength from here and there. And I wonder if they're going to keep that same energy up as we move on into Mahi zones. Mahi. We're not going shopping today.
I mean, yeah, we're not shopping anytime soon. We're gonna be, what you call it? We're gonna be looking into a fun time, not a long time situation at the moment, because Mahi Zones is one of those maps where you have to let someone take the lead for a little bit, then the map becomes good. 60 points on the board.
Small sacrifice to be made to make the map playable.
I mean, look, there's a lot of nuances that go into it, so. We're gonna see how both of these teams go, and those pencils are not going away. I definitely think so. It's still gonna be the same thing.
Yeah, I think they're be going anywhere too. But yes,
okay.
Yes.
Ignore our hype reactions. We're both backlines that are very biased in our gameplay. So ZF seeing on top of a heavy edit is a very surprise to us.
Oh no, yeah, it's very interesting though. Heavy edit can be arguably played as a mid lane if you feel silly enough. I've seen it once. I will gladly be seeing it again. Unfortunately, Midnight Zone going that first one down that zone, going in the favor of Bay Battalion right off the start. Bay Battalion having an epic opening, already taking a wipeout in their favor. Already, they're coming and throwing some hands. They're going off that momentum from last game to reach the 70.
Oh my god, don't line up for them. Don't line up the Zuka for them. Oh my goodness, that was nasty for Bay Battalion because they got the heavy edit in that collateral too. That means slower retake for Midnight Zone, but there it is, the 60 points passed through, and there is that whole map lifted down for Bay Battalion to play and hold with. But that also means Midnight Zone has now more options to try and retake this.
Oh, absolutely. There is that, playable map that we are talking about here. But Midnight Zone having that Kula up and ready to go. They're going to be trying to take this back. We're going one down. That's trade for trade. It is a bloodshed on the field with only the backlines left to fend for themselves, and those strikes from the ZF coming out to try and stop that pencil from bending anymore. Not quite enough. But the notice this is
the Penzo propaganda that they want you to see. Even strikes ones are unable to outpaint the Penzo, and that's just how powerful that weapon is on the zones like this. You're never gonna go wrong. You're never gonna go wrong.
Yeah, Penzo is just capable of boosting comps that hard, but Bay Battalion is now back in control of the zone. Again, most of Midnight Zone is down once again. They're going to be playing that same song and dance of trying to keep Midnight Zone out, but we are seeing some specials start to pop online, so it really is. Is the retake going to be successful, or are we going to have a successful defense?
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're Midnight Zone right now, you really gotta consider how fast you have to be painting over Bay Battalion, because all of their weapons do paint a lot. Those strikes are gonna try and come in. They do find free. It's just Karma on the slusher on the side at the moment to try and survive at the longest. They do jump out still. They still manage to jump out there.
The power of Cooler is absolutely insane, as we were talking earlier. Not only for the respawn time, but just for the buffs it gives you as, you know, just in general. But Bay Battalion is opting to take a left pass, seeing that Cooler hit the field again. I think the thing is, the angle they're taking, is it optimal here to try and retake? But it looks like it's kind of 1-for-1 right now.
It definitely looks like a 1-for-1 at the moment because I'm kind of confused. Which side is whose maps at the moment? Because they still unable to camp that jump just now, Gabe. Losing out to the Wiper, probably a faster charge time or faster swing time. Who knows? But Midnight Zone looking like to try and take the zone back. But here's Karma with those strikes, trying to land it all on there. Neutralize and capping back to the zone. Nobody was there on Midnight Zone to paint those out. 2 points away from the lead here, 13-15.
Yeah, in reality,
not again!
Not the bloodshed, and then, yeah, I think that was a double with the Zuka, if I'm not mistaken. Oh my goodness. But in reality, we're like 2 points away. If those penalty points go out, Bay Battalion's honestly looking at a pretty good spot with half of their penalty points already basically out of the way. Because in reality, these points are 2 points off. You get penalty points out of the way and you're sitting well. It's like very close to like that knockout scenario.
Yeah, I mean, you want to go for that knockout now if you're Bay Battalion, just to be sure, because Midnight Zone did throw a fit of resilience just now, and there it goes. Those penalties of points are gone. 10 ticks left on the clock. Strikes are going in to stall this out. Strikes from Midnight Zone is going to try and neutralize that. They do find that zone. Nobody was there trying to paint it out because they were too focused on trying to zone them out.
That 1 point dream, Midnight Zone might be able to find an opportunity off of this, is trying to get control of that zone. Here's the aim, the head. Going down! That Spider Shot putting it down right then there before it can cause any more mayhem as it did last game. But the zone is continuing to stay neutral. But that is turning 2 down on Bay Battalion, but they still have control of the zone.
Yeah, I mean, they just got it back with the nick of the time with those penalty points taken down. That's a minute left on the clock, and Bay Battalion is just shy of half a minute to try and get this knockout done. So Midnight Zone, there's your deadline. You gotta figure this out if you want to be able to get the zone, and they do figure this out because they find the hammer into the zone passively but aggressively, getting the people off their court and gets a kill on Gabe as well. Your rivalry in this tournament, because right now you're fighting a Wiper as a Stamper, and one of the which is probably better than the other if you're talking about poking range and damage to kill time, whatever it is.
We are already seeing the pencil try and paint over the zone on the side of Bay Battalion, trying to make those waves, but it is trade for trade out, 2 for 2 here on the board. But that zone flipping yellow once more, applying a hefty 48 onto Midnight Zone. Right now, they only have 15 seconds left. It's either a hold or a, you know, the zone has to be captured by someone.
The zone has to. Midnight Zone, you gotta get the zone. 5 seconds. There's free dead. It's just Wak trying their best at the moment, but I don't think that's an effort that's gonna be left in the vein here because Bay Battalion is gonna take this 2-0, moving into next round.
It was a very quick and dominant match. Second game was a lot more dominant than the first for Bay Battalion here. You know, catching that zone, even though they were stuck at 1, it did not stop them whatsoever. Grabbing right there at the end.
Yeah, I mean, look, as much chaos as the weapons can bring up, you really got to be able to situate yourself in a situation where you have a comfortable lead and able to tackle your enemies down. And Bay Battalion did that in the second phase. Midnight Zone almost managed to get back the lead there, but Bay Battalion was just like, okay, if you're gonna throw such a big fit on trying to throw our scores, then let's just extend ours by the hair of it, you know, just for fun.
Yeah, for sure. This is definitely one of those matches where it's like, don't let the score fool you because it was a little bit closer than what it seems. Both of these teams are very strong, and I mean, they're not out yet. We still got the is it groups, I believe?
It's best of 3 right now. It's a double elim bracket, I believe. So Bay Battalion is moving on, and Midnight Zone will be knocked down into losers. But speaking of the tournament, if we could, I think I do want to have a glimpse on the bracket at the moment and see how everything's going, if that's possible.
Yes. If the voices in their head could possibly provide.
But it is hosted on Sendou. If you want, it should be at the front page of Sendou.ink if you want to know what's going on in the bracket. And speaking of which, here it is. We're going to be seeing what this is going to be looking like. Because seeing as though these are some maps that are going on. High is going to take a 2-0 against Misuki. Parallel Cannon takes a 2-0 against Squid Est. Chaos Control is still in a 1-1 against Blaze, and some other people are still going on at the moment here, Fufu.
So yeah, our bracket is still going on back here. We have a relatively big bracket here, but it is double limb.
Microsoft.
Microsoft jump scare?
Microsoft jump scare.
my gosh, we have some interesting names here on our on the bracket today, but that does wrap out this game here. Again, don't be going anywhere because we do have more sets here for you guys in just a sec. We'll be back.
Hi guys, welcome back. This is In The Zone, and then I'm joined back once again with Fufu, and we have two teams once again from the second round of winners bracket at the moment. Risorgimento versus Nah, I'd lose.
A mouthful of name, Risorgimento right here. But nah, it loses also a crazy name in on its own. It's just like, nah. I'd lose. This is like,
Nah,
are they
I
here to prove
lose.
us wrong here? I'm assuming they're here to prove us a
I
little
mean,
bit
look,
wrong.
they're in losers rounds. I mean, they're winners round 2 already, so nah, they not lose yet.
Not yet.
But like,
I mean, they
in the
both made
end,
it here.
I mean, in the end, are they gonna lose? Probably, most likely.
Maybe not. Unless we gotta root for the underdogs, Becky. That's it,
It's
called.
gonna be crab-like zones going into this first, but Fufu, we've taken a little bit too much time because they're already going into it on the game side of things, and here it is. We're gonna be seeing some exciting gameplay going on already.
Now already jumping right into ZF. We're getting fed tonight. We're getting fed tonight with the ZF, but against the pencil is gonna be incredibly interesting. Junior?
Very interesting. Look at what Risorgimento is running. There is no cooler, but they're running some really, really stall weapons and comps at the moment. You have Inkjet, Crab, and then also a Junior with the bubble and bombs to hold thing out. They already got the 52, so are they going to be able to keep this up? Look, they're already going in. They got 2. As Aloha here, Tri-Slosher gets the trade. 3 down. That's basically a wipe. The 52 went down earlier, and there's the wipe.
Yeah, no, we already see the ZF assuming a very much more aggressive position, using their range to absolutely try and lock out. On top of the strikes, Risorgimento is going absolutely at it. Just
my goodness.
Being not lose that bay, they are making sure they're going to try to stay true to their title here, which is insane. Already just sticking their base, they're honestly sitting pretty.
Yeah, I mean, they're sitting pretty as well, but for the lose, they're sitting ducks at the moment because they're just trying to find these specials and figs to go with, and there's that first cooler from the game for them. Maybe that will help them in the long run, but let's see, because there's only 20 ticks left on the board. Junior here is trying to hold on to the zone, hold on to the right side as much as they can. They do see the zone being retaliated, and they have to back out. But it is a matter of who can hold the zone, because lose only has a shot to focus on it at the moment. Merch Demon and PX Chikali is not going to be able to get the zone with them in time, and Riga Momentum is gonna get the first game 100-0 here, Fufu. Ooh. Risorgimento. There you go. Thank you very much.
Absolutely dominant game here right off the bat. They came in and just absolutely threw hands. I think from that first pick, they were able to capture. Like, that was just a complete snowball. And, they ended the game just as fast as it started, absolutely wasting no time going into that crab leg game.
Yeah, and you really definitely want to be that who is it? You really want to be that Charger player.
Oh, real.
It was so satisfying to watch them getting those shots down and then being able to set up with the bubble and just move up to the right side. I mean, I don't know if we have time for a replay to look at that because they're already going in and locking in already. There's just only one person that's not readied up at the moment. It is going to be Haggle Zones going into this. And we might just see the same comps for both of these teams, but Risorgimento making non-cooler work at the moment.
Oh, no, yeah, absolutely. I think it's just, you can technically live without cooler. We saw Genesis happen. We saw the non-cooler comps that happened, but I think they're pulling off really well. And interestingly enough, I love to see the Junior gameplay because they were definitely utilizing every aspect of that weapon on top of that. But regardless, we're going to go right into this, seeing almost, I think that's the same comp as we saw before.
Same comp for both of these teams. Let's see if there's if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Oh, absolutely. Team. I think it's going to be interesting to see we have another complete, like that complete push that we saw from last game where we're going to be a little bit more even because that pencil is definitely going to be able to stall zone a lot, especially knowing, the pain. But that pencil, speaking of them, of course, you're going down right then there. That crab taking a really good pick. Now I lose again, being forced to that number disadvantage.
Oh my goodness. Whoa. Oh, the bubble betrayed Tally there. They got 150 damage by that bubble there with the Zuka, but it is very much still going to be Risorgimento's push here, already going up with those strikes, just still trying to hold this ramp. But right now they're playing a very big risk. If they push up this ramp with no cooler, it's going to be really hard for them to come back to, and because they know that, they're going to hold back a little bit here. Aloha still camping that canopy and being bombarded. They're going to have to wait this out. They don't wait this out, actually. They're trying to jet up and get some kills and action going on, but that's going to be in vain because Punchy now is the one that has to clean this up with the Crab.
Crab is going to be doing incredible work and trying to zone lose out a lot further out. And honestly, Risorgimento is just absolutely going in with these kills, not letting up from under loses base. Again, they're just absolutely holding strong. We are seeing just about a repeat from what we saw last game because it looks like it could definitely be another 100-0 push here with only 9 ticks left. And a grab, and they really just got to hold that, and they're good to go. That is game. Another dominant knockout for Risorgimento. Oh my
Risorgimento is just
goodness.
showing force. I love the Tri-Slosher's application on the mist there when they throw it on a canopy, like right below them, so that nobody could just get access to it. Just by one sub, you have no access to it anymore. And then you get free jet on top of it. It's just like perfect execution in my opinion. But like you
Oh,
said, it is very dominantly Risorgimento's 100-0, 2-0 set against Nah I Lose.
yep, and with that last map going great. Yep, as you said, round two, Risorgimento just continuing to move forward into the winners bracket, not lose, unfortunately being knocked down into losers here, but they're not out yet. You still got a chance for redemption here as the brackets continue to move forward.
Yeah, they're gonna have to continue to move forward, definitely. But we're gonna look at that. Speaking of which, let's see if the bracket has anything to show for us. There it is. Still going relatively the same at the moment, but
Yeah,
let's
we're
see if there's gonna be. Let's see. Is there any familiar names for both of us here?
Duck
Fufu. Look,
Motif is
yeah.
definitely piquing my eye right now. Oh, I see Chaos Control, but unfortunately they got knocked down right there.
Mm,
Let's see. Smoking Mo, I just will Matter of Opinion are also names that I am slightly remembering here.
Yeah, we're going really fast. And speaking of which, Frutella is playing this tournament, but we saw Crowny from Frutella was playing on that team on Risorgimento just now too. So I wonder what's going on between them.
Couple excess players just running around. Because you can have more than the roster of four. Maybe their four was already occupied. They're like, oh well, guess I'm gonna go run
Hmm.
around, see who else is up and running. So that definitely
Look,
could have
look,
been
look.
a
There's
thing.
another familiar name, Flopnation, and then there's also Moonlight as
Oh,
well, who just finishing 2-0 against a pickup group as well.
yo, Moonlight, hello. That's gonna be fun. Moonlight is always a fun one to take a peek at. I
Oh
can't
my
even
goodness,
lie.
healthy diet food groups as well. Look, and there's the
Oh,
Foams
it's
edition, the 37 Foam edition as well.
37th foam edition. So yeah, we definitely have some notable names here, or some recognizable names here on the bracket. And
Oh
of
my
course, there's
god,
the
Kitten
set that we just
Squad.
picked.
The
Kid
Kitten
Squad's insane.
Squad. Kitten Squad. I mean, look, they're winning, right? They're
I
winning.
mean, you would note that, of
Yeah.
course.
I mean, you can't tell. I mean, how can you tell?
You got the little decisions.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, is this zones only once again? And to me, being able to see the ZFs being played on the first two rounds already is like a big sigh of relief. I think it's such a nice weapon, and it's still like it takes so much more to do within a pencil sometimes.
Oh no, yeah, it's a lot more. You really have to hit your shots, right? It's definitely your kill values rather than they're very different weapons in terms of the way they play into team play and stuff. So I mean, it's still we're getting fed. Who are we to complain?
Look, we're getting our food. We are happy with the results that is at the moment. But, in the end, it's still in the zone. If they're comfortable playing with the weapons they play, then be so. Do that. But I think this will be round two done and dusted, like we said, because they were fast with this. To 100-0 twice back to back. So let's take a quick break. It might be a longer break, but we're going to come back to you when we have round three ready to go, set up, and done. So stick tuned, stay tuned, and stick around.
Hello, and we are back here on In the Zone again. I'm joined here by the lovely Lila as we move into our next set. Lila, say hello.
Hi everyone, how you doing? Meow.
We'll do it.
uh,
We'll do
we're
it.
we're a little silly quirky today, but to get things straight out of the way, this is gonna be the best of 5 between these two teams from now on in the winners bracket, and because they're already ready up and good to go, they're already moving up into the ready phase already with 40 seconds left on the clock. So brief intro here. Do we need to Fufu, Moonlight, and Flopnation here?
Bit here, just a little bit here. Flop Nation. We if anyone was up yesterday, they were up and running on Fright Basket, I believe here. And Moonlight, I don't think needs too much introduction. We know some of these players here.
Yeah, I mean, look, may although the last patch may be the Moonlight nerf patch, they say, but maybe they're trying to figure new things out. Maybe Basil gets to play the leader. Who knows? But
Please,
we're gonna be
please.
seeing if they have that choice because we're gonna go straight in and see how this is gonna go. And I do believe that is free charger players on the side of Flop Nation there.
It happens, but only one of them can hold the backline. But we are seeing a pencil instead on each side. See Lexi with the blaster.
Blaster.
Interesting. Also, Tent is also an interesting pick, but we have more paint on one side than the other, arguably. Arguably, yeah. But
I mean,
oh my God.
arguably, yeah, but you have the pencil and Sorella Brella, Tentabrella mirror matchup at the moment, so you're gonna be really relying on your mid line, the Rage Blaster and the Squeezer to help you get those picks, and maybe the shot and the dualies to finish it off when you need it. But at the moment, it is Moonlight who is going to be going up into this first advantage at the moment.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. I almost like, well, the gameplay had me like, woo, Crab go bird. Crab actually getting really good value, able to pick up their blaster, which could be a very huge start, which is a really optimal pick here from Moonlight. And honestly, just chef's kiss.
Yeah, chef's kiss indeed. But Nolan on that squeezer might just say something about it because they just blocked out the tent shield going through and still holding on to that top right. They're going to have to take care of Nolan if they want to be able to take this through. As they do, the pencil does find Nolan and the tents colliding with each other, taking each other out. And it's just going to be the zone contestation for Flop Nation here. With only Shadow left here, I don't think they were able to survive this. They do survive this, actually.
Yeah, that's a really good jump there as well. But Flop Nation now having control of the zone. That cooler coming out on the field, preparing for just the lockout in general. Honestly, Moonlight just have to, those penalty points are up out of the way. They do got to get their resource together and just get moving. All right, here, the zone continue to tick down. Woo, that 10 going down is also a really big pick. A lot of the picks on Flop Nation, are going to be huge because they have really aggressive weapons in general.
I mean, yeah, the aggressiveness is definitely showing because Moonlight very much struggling to get out of their plat at this point, contrast to what Flop Nation was doing. But Omega might have something to try and say about it because they forcibly took the left side just by existing at this point, but they made them jump out, and there's that lead flip that we've hoped to see from Flop Nation. They do find neutral for both of these teams. There's a trade, 2 downers and a Moonlight. There's this desperate times for now the last person alive, Basil and Nolan, trying to fight this 2v3, and hopefully they can get the zone within the next 10 ticks here. It's only 5-6 seconds left on the clock. Omega with the crab. Everyone's just trying to paint the zone, paint the square, paint the rectangle, but it is in vain. And Flop Nation does take 1 game off this set now.
Yeah, once Flop Nation had a really good control of the zone, they were able to just lock out Moonlight for basically a lot of that. It's just at the end, those efforts were unfortunately in vain, even with the crab coming out. But honestly, incredible stuff from both teams. Both the teams had really large pushes until Flop Nation was able to seal the game right then there.
Yeah, I mean, look, with how much paint both of these teams are going to be putting out with that tent and that Brella, not the tent and the pencil, it is going to be really, really fast on that zone retake, especially if it's a long rectangle that is perfect for both of these weapons to go through, It's perfect.
No, yeah, you're right. Oh, my goodness. It's that zone's only type beat, I'm sorry, I'm looking up at the emojis. I can't take it, dog.
Flop Nation, and then Vicky.
It's like the
it's like Flop Nation devil emoji, exclamation emoji, and googly eye exclamation, alien and roses.
Lila, pause. You want to look at the map we're playing next?
Yeah, Hammerhead Bridge. What's wrong with that?
You know, of course, we would say nothing's wrong with that. Oh no.
I mean, look, we're both. I mean, wouldn't you say there's no problem with it too? Come on.
The Tetris piece in question, the line in
Okay.
question,
The
the
line.
bridge that's no
It's a
longer under
Tetris piece.
construction in question.
It is just a straight line. It is just a long piece.
My audio just tripped out.
No, I think our audio is being tripped up at the moment on Discord. I am not sure
Oh
why.
goodness, Discord having a
Mhm.
moment.
It is. It might be actually having a moment. But
It's all right. It's all good.
yeah, it's all good. But
But
we're gonna be seeing how these two teams are gonna react though. But I think it's very interesting for Lexi and to be playing that range blaster following through with that Tenderbrella. It is a very strong combo, that's for sure. It is just how do I put this? They have the pressure putting onto Moonlight. The Moonlight now has to find an answer to that too.
even regardless, it was relatively close. Usually, like, my first thought is that Squeezer coming in, but yeah, no, it is a little bit tough to play around because Tenton on its own is already a menace, and Range Blaster, its picking abilities are insane. Like, you were completely right. That is a really good combo, if anything.
I mean, you gotta watch out, you know? I mean, this is gonna be the same situation, because if you push on one side of the zone, you have to watch out for the other. But this time around, there's a tent shield, so you gotta worry about both sides this time around. Let's see if there's gonna be any changes going into it, and we see the newly constructed Hammerhead Bridge as we're waiting a little bit here.
Someone's internet went haywire, but keeping the same comp there on Flopnation. See the Wiper and the Gal come out from Moonlight instead. Interesting.
I mean, look, there's their resolution for the problem that was the blaster, but Lexi's gonna opt for the vanilla blaster instead of the range blaster. So less range, but there's a bomb, auto bomb, and then you have a bubble to play with this time around. And don't forget, don't count him out. The bubble has been newly buffed as well, and Moonlight technically only has like 1 or 2 weapons that can really hit it if it's at a given distance.
True, that's true, but their combat is still looking relatively well. I love to see that Wiper here on the field, but seeing this Kraken come out, taking a really good pick and forcing another one to jump out. That
They might be proving me wrong right now, yeah, because Moonlight's running a hammer plus a Kraken weapon. Now, usually, I would say those pairs are not the greatest, but with the double Zigga coming out from Flopnation, just to be able to get Omega out just now, Nolan is going to be the last person on this zone to try and retaliate.
No, yeah, for sure. Moonlight is being forced back a little bit here after getting those 59 points on the board. Flopnation, though, is going to deal with the attack of Shadow, taking them out right then there. But the Kraken also trying to just get a couple picks, trying to make that space where possible, and unfortunately not being able to find any. Wait. Maybe?
Oh, not yet, because they went 2 down with that Pencil Zuka combo over there. Shadow still trying to find something at the moment, but not able to. But that Zuku block! Oh, that was a save. That was a save of all time from Moonlight. Whoever was on that tent shield, that was perfectly pulled out when you wanted to block that one Zuku shot that was so desperately needed for your whole team, because everyone was lined up at that corner there.
That could have been incredibly bad there for Moonlight if that tension wasn't there, as you said. But Nolan coming in with an extra pick. That Zuka just barely missing that Zuka as well. Nolan coming in, trying to take those picks where necessary, forced to retreat. But the tension on top of that, it is specials coming out here. Moonlight is going at it while they can.
Oh my god, here it is.
Come on, how?
You can't just play and toy with them like that. You gotta fight that Kraken head on. You can't just wait. They still hit you.
The guy's invincible. You can't fight the Kraken head on, but Shadow's getting that last pick on the board.
At least try to shoot him, you know, and get him out of the way, and don't get too close to it, because you were stuck on a railing there. Your other option was to either jump out or jump off.
I mean, it's a panic situation. Sometimes you're just like, oh, you know. But Moonlight having a pretty solid game here. That lockout game was strong by the end, not allowing Flopnation to get even close to the zone. They went high up. They went pretty high up. I can't even lie.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Omega's dive here, getting 2 Zuka shots onto him and not onto the main battlefield. That's important when you're trying to save the zone for your team. Because now this regroup just now was really perfect. And then Nolan again with the 96 gal really was impressive to watch on top of it as well. Like, look, what are you gonna do here? Look.
I think that would have been enough time to jump out either. Those you'd still get caught up there. So it's kind of like a oh, crap, I'm dead situation right there. But Kraken taking them out was probably like the most optimal route for Moonlight as well. I mean, it all worked out here. Just by the end, they all gathered together and were able to have that really solid lockout by the end. Both of these teams going 1-1, but again, it is a best of 5. So if these teams continue to be even, we might as well be going to a game 5 at that point.
I mean, look, they're equally throwing hands as much as we are throwing words at them, but we're going to be seeing how well they're going to be moving on to the next map, right? Because a small comp change made a big difference for Moonlight. The 96 Gal made a really nice matchup for Flopnation's other weapons, and then Lexi off of that range blaster, going onto the blaster may not be the best thing, but the bubble did do its purpose, and it did do its thing. So it might just be like a little preference thing at this point.
I do think both blasters are great, don't get me wrong, but I think the range blaster is just such a like, I don't know how to explain it. It's such a we already know its picking abilities, but I think it's just like a little rat. It's like blasters. That's the best way I can put it.
Oh yeah, definitely. It is a rat. It is a weapon. But we're gonna be looking at what third map they're gonna be playing, and I believe it's gonna be Mako Zones here that they're gonna be playing to next Fufu.
That's going to be huge. Honestly, Mako Zones, as we know, is that Mako is always going to be that map, as we know and love, that is going to test every aspect of a team. So this is like whatever, just, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. It's the best way I can put it.
Yeah, it is going to be really, really good. But let's go see how... Excuse me, this is going to play out because 52 Gal and the range blaster is coming back out once again, and it's Nolan back on the 52 Gal as well. Interestingly enough, they're going to be playing no 10 shield for the side of Flopnation. It is still going to be Shadow on that 10 shield right now.
They opted to switch up their 10, which is interesting. I think it's also going to be because that block in center, but I think the 10 shield can still be relatively beneficial. But those Zuko's are already coming out 15 seconds into the match. Unfortunately, not finding a pill, but Lexi getting a really nice pick right there. Flopnation having that number advantage, but quickly getting evening that out here on Moonlight with Omega. Oh!
A little too ambitious there with the hammer. You gotta careful to not get face checked like they did. But with the Shield of Shadow trying to take it out, they do find a trade with the whale there, and it's just left off Omega to come back in with Cooler to get this hammer down onto the zone. They do find it, they do flip it, but it's a matter of who can hold it the longest at the moment, because 73 points for the lead here might be short, but it is going to be shorter because Moonlight is not going to be able to hold that zone.
Yeah, that Moonlight, well, they did grab the zone, if I'm not mistaken, right here, but it's going to be a little bit contested here. But Omega coming in, that Wiper just trying to find that pick on Captain Happy, not quite finding it, that hammer up and ready, letting them, retreat a little bit. But Moonlight is able to sit a little bit more pretty with that zone in their favor. But honestly, it's just a turf battles here on the side of Commons.
I think Shadow dragged the whale a little bit too far, and Omega got caught out in the whale when they were jumping in, which is a little bit unfortunate. But with that 10 shield, you can see how far up they can still hold onto it. But unfortunately, it is going to be Moonlight going down, trying to pop that hammer once again, and it's going to be a 60 lead from a 73. Not a wide one by any margins at all, but they're just, both of these teams are going at it, finding trades after trades. Lexi's going to find 2 with that range blaster, but Omega cleaning that up on the side, finding Lexi out of the picture once again. Omega with the hammer once again, trying to find another one. They do find the third, and are they going to be able to continue to find the fourth? No, Kiki with the shot is going to be able to peek under that hammer and shoot them through.
Yeah, unfortunately, that Zuko not being able to find the pick and getting punished right there by Nolan. Nolan's been making absolute moves here, but Tina's range blaster on the stack, unfortunately, jumping out on top of that. Moonlight is sitting pretty right here, almost done with their penalty points on top of that. Flopnation trying to get the resources together, but Omega in their face, here to cause the mayhem with that hammer, taking a second, taking a third!
Goodness. Who says hammer is not a workable special, man? Come on, look, it just works. It just works in a tight angle like Michael Mart. It's going to be a very powerful horse for you to go through and trying to charge with it. And let's see if Omega is going to cause even more mayhem with the amount of time that they give it, because 20 ticks left on the points here. Both 52 Gal goes down, and the shot on the side of Flopnation. This is looking grim for Flopnation as the range blaster does go down. 10 points left on the clock here, Fufu.
Oh, absolutely. The Moonlight looks just about ready to knock this out, and knocking it out, they do. Having another relatively dominant game here by the end. It's like once all their feet are on the ground and their other resources are together, Moonlight is really strong on that lockout. Especially seeing Omega on that Wiper. That was insane. That was a really good triple, and just continue to add on to Moonlight's win there.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, look, Omega was the person that I want to point out the most in that game. I've never seen such a fun wiper being played out in a set before. And that hammer coming in every time with the cooler buff, just like has hammer after they die, and then still has like what 60, 70% duration, and then paint out a little bit, and they'll get hammer value. Like even though this is the turning point. This is the turning point for Moonlight. Here we see, remember, Lexi getting those 2 kills, but Omega just quickly cleans that up for their team and had the hammer to go in and get a couple more. But like the cooler just gives him so much more opportunities to cause chaos with that hammer. And this flank as well. This flank was huge, Fufu, remember?
Oh, absolutely. The 3 kill, like right there, and then just a throw at the end. Even though Omega went down, that 3 kill was just such a just a really good opportunity maker for Moonlight to just continue to keep up that pressure and ultimately knocking the game out.
I mean, yeah. You're gonna want to knock them out as much as you can because you don't want to give them too much leeway to think that they are close enough, to keep that momentum up. We're gonna be interesting to see how this goes, but seeing Nolan back on the 52 gals, the gals in general, I think it's a really big sigh of relief because it's their weapon, there's a speciality, and seeing that being played out, I think it's really, really nice. But maybe the Kraken will come out once again here because it's going to be Barnacle Zones.
Maybe I could see it coming out again, honestly. Crab is a silly thing. It doesn't make a lot of, it can make a lot of space really quickly. And I I always think back to the initial Crab metas that we had, but Crab is still a pretty good special if utilized properly. It still has the potential to one-shot kill. It still makes all that space that we know and can really be another calling card to move your team forward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Love that thing.
You're gonna want someone to take the lead on this. Remember, this is best of 5. Moonlight has the advantage at the moment, so it is going to be Flopnation who has to find something to work here in this winner's bracket if they want to move on to round 4. But we're going to be seeing that change of comps coming in now. 96 Deco is going to be coming back out from Nolan, but interestingly, Lexi is off and playing Splash, and the Carbon Roller from Captain Happy with Ninja Squid is going to be a show of force here. That's your person that you want to look out for if you're Moonlight.
Oh, absolutely, right here. Oh my god, Carbon gameplay. We know and love that Carbon gameplay here, but Moonlight's going to be the first team to actually cap the zone here and take that first pick as well. Lexi with the Crab, cleaning up a second player right there, just not allowing them to have that disadvantage for too long. But that zone is still not going to, it's not capped right here. The Crab coming to try and make some mayhem, barely working the kill. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, look. They barely fell off the edge. If it was me, I would have fallen off the edge here. I would have no control of that Kraken, but that was just masterclass coming from Nolan, trying to hold that through. As now Omega goes through with that 10 to try and get some kills. They do find 2 off screen, but it's Captain Happy who is retaliating from the back screens as well to find 2 as well. This is the skirmish of all time. The Hammer and the Roller. Who's going to be taking this on top? Kiki is going to be able to shut this down, and the Zuka to try and back this up for Flopnation to keep holding onto the zone at the moment.
They're doing all they can to try to hold out the Carbon going down, and here's a Kraken to make that space here for Moonlight to try and grab the zone, forcing the Pencil to move back here. I'm not sure if that Pencil had to jump out. Yes, they did. Pencil for being forced to move back, but this zone has still barely been capped here by Moonlight.
I think it's really hard because you have 2 disruptors on each team, the Roller and the 96 Gal, and they're the ones that are going to be causing you the most amount of trouble. But speaking of trouble, it is Shadow coming around from behind, leading Omega into a jump as well. So they're going to be doing this hard flank as much as they need to find 1, 2, maybe a 3. They do find 3 and take the lead here. That was so cool coming from both of them. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, an absolute collapse, and the 10 to the suction bomb kill right then there. Unfortunate with that, but Kiki with the Zuka ready to hopefully make a play here, trying to take Beza out, but again, unfortunately not being able to find that. One more shot takes Nolan out right there, which added a moment of opportunity for Flopnation to get back into that zone. The Crab adding that extra space on top of that. Flopnation is going in, retaliating for this retake and capping the zone on top of that. They have a good pick point to get through to match Moonlight, so Moonlight immediately flipping it back. Hello?
I mean, look, both of these teams are just trying to paint the square that they need to win the game, and one team might just paint faster than the other, and you gotta take into consideration Moonlight has a 96 Gal, 10 and a Wiper, so if you're in a contest of who can put out the most paint against 2 shooters and a Pencil, you're not gonna win that.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. But
Oh.
Flopnation taking a good 3 off of Moonlight. Again, that opportunity to retake has now entered the vicinity once more. And on top of that, an extra 2 kills, leaving base to practically fend for themselves here and to jump out on top of that. That is a complete change of turf control right here. Flopnation sitting very nice and pretty at that advantage point. Moonlight does have to get their resources together in order to go back in. But Tina Kraken and Atsuko come in as a 2-on-1 package, taking 2 down, almost 3. I thought they were going to fall off the edge.
That was well calculated from Nolan, you know. Can't ever doubt the GOAT, but you know, we're gonna still see how they're gonna be fighting this. They do find the carbon roller here. That's more important enough to keep the sidelines clear and everything, because now if you really want to be able to hold this for the KO on, if you're Moonlight, it's gonna be a hard fight fought, yeah, because they're still trading each other out with Cooler, and that means that this is not really a negative chase for both these teams. They can just keep this momentum up as they do jump out with the Cooler once again. This is just like scrappy fighting coming from both these teams now. Desperate situations for both of them.
In the pit, fighting each other basically is what it feels like. But Moonlight going 2 down, Flopnation finding a hefty good amount of picks here, trying to recap the zone right there, are playing those 1-2 points just as they were out of the way for Moonlight. Unfortunate on that end, but Shadow coming with the super Shadow taking the pick.
I mean, look, they're just trying to avoid the Zukas and give them a Zuka into the face as well as they do, and the throne is just being contested in this rectangular paint that both of these teams are just trying to throw out as much as they can. Neutralized once again, but it is going to be Moonlight on top of that to try and hold the zone, but it's back to neutral once again. But Nolan, being the disruptor with that Kraken, is going to try and find 1 or 2, maybe another, but no, they did displace the teammates and find the carbon behind. That's going to be crucial for them to keep holding this space, because now the Omega's hammer is going to be the second person going in to try and get some more, but Lexi with this burst, the rapid fire, is going to be able to find some more onto Moonlight right now.
There's Captain Happy again with that carbon gameplay. Honestly, I do want to mention both of these teams are absolutely utilizing the hell out of the disruptions that they can cause, from the crab to the Krakens. Just a really good showing here on each side, and then we're gonna continue to see probably utilize.
Hello?
A little sarcastic is what we like to say. Wait, it's gonna get close.
It's gonna be close, but Omega's plan, I don't think it went to the thing that they want to, because this last-ditch effort from Moonlight was not the best that you could do, and it's gonna be a 2-2 going into this. I saw the idea when you said, oh, they're gonna be the disruption behind on their plat, and it went to the left alley, but the hammer just didn't go through. They were pincered immediately before Moonlight was able to push up with it.
Nation just coming out on top right there, just being able to hold their own against Moonlight right there. Once they had that done, they had that advantage point. They just held it to all end, and we are going to be going into a game 5 here on Mahi Mahi Resort. I called it. I'm just saying, I called it.
I mean, hey, look. Both of these teams are really good, to their credit, and they have masterful class strategies at the moment. But if you're going to a game 5 already in this, and it's the first tiebreaker match that we have on stream, we're gonna be seeing some very, very exciting gameplay already, even for winners.
It's very exciting because these teams, you know, as you said, their comps are freaking amazing. Their strategies are amazing. The adaptability from each team to the other, it's already showing to be insane, and you can only imagine how it's going to get later on, because you know how things get on Grands.
Oh, I mean, look. Oh, I'm excited for this. I'm sure everyone is. But we're gonna be settling this last match on Mahi Mahi zones for both of these teams, and like, I don't know if it's just me, but I get a really tense feeling in the air at the moment. Like,
oh yeah. When you're in a 2-2 like this and you still want to continue on into something like winner's bracket, even though you're not in the end of the tournament, it's like, well, you still got to the adrenaline from a 2-2 tiebreaker, unbeatable. It's insane. Like, winning something off that tiebreaker is like a wave of relief when you're done. You're like, wait, the tournament's not over. Hold on.
I mean, on an unrelated though, this is the 7th and the 10th seed fighting each other right now. So like, this is going to be close in terms of like performance, and we see that right now. But who's going to be the one that's going to be clinching this out? Is it going to be Flopnation, or is it going to be Moonlight?
We can only wait and see because it really is anyone's games. Both of these teams, just when they hold. Because we, dog, I don't even know what to tell you because it really is anyone's game.
Look, they're taking their time to think this out. I'll let them think, but I think the time for thinking is over. It's the time for action. Let's see this tiebreaker going in between Flopnation versus Moonlight on Splat Zone's Mahi here.
This is going to be huge right here. Seeing the pens already made. We're seeing the same comp from Flopnation that we saw last time. We're seeing the Wiper swap out for Stamper. The
green Stamper specifically too. But here's the interesting thing, Fufu. There is no bombs on the side of Moonlight.
Instead, they're opting for disruptors. I do see that toxic misclick, which could be very interesting for trying to wall out members of Flopnation here and possibly catch that carbon. But that carbon going.
Oh my goodness! They are.
Happy.
I mean, they're just trying to go as fast as they can. Moonlight may have taken a very big setback at the start here, but we're gonna see how they're gonna retaliate onto this because the crab from Omega is gonna get shut down immediately by the Zuka there. Not much value is gonna be getting, but Nolan with the Kraken is ready to go and ready to cause some mayhem on the side, but nobody's down there right now to give them that space, but they do have the zone from that.
Speaking something out of it right here, but Moonlight already suffering one player down. That tank going down was not in their favor, but it's going to be even for even. Pencil getting that cooler out, trying to get something for their team. Flopnation going 2 down and is being cornered.
Oh my
into
goodness.
The edge. Lexi being the last one there alive. Lexi getting out on top of that. Ooh, just a narrow escape, but Moonlight is looking to flip this lead right now in their favor.
You want to have that crab ready for your retake, but unfortunately they do go down. Let's hope that they still had cooler ready to go from that respawn. They actually do from that, and the Zuka is going to be able to get out of that crab from the snipe, but this is looking like a very terrible lockout for Moonlight at the moment because Flopnation still has to find a way to go in. They do go 1 down. They have 1 Zuka popped out. They still have the crab ready to go, but they're still holding on to it. 20 points left on the board. You got to set this up soon because 20 takes is not a lot to work with.
Oh, indeed, the crab is barely falling into the water. That is still 10 points left here for Moonlight. The best case would be to knock it out, but with Harsha coming in, capping that zone in Flopnation's favor, applying those hefty penalty points, allowing them another opportunity to stay into this game, capping that zone once more, finding that opportunity, finding a successful retake right here for Flopnation.
Okay, we're seeing a very similar story being painted here. Moonlight has a really strong lead, but Flopnation just managed to get out the clinches of it by the last hair of a second. Is it going to be Flopnation saying this, telling us the same story once again? Or is it going to be Moonlight now finding a solution to this problem that they have? Because Omega with the crab is going to get jumped by 3 players on the side of Flopnation, and Nolan with the Kraken now trying to find something at this stage of the game, but the zone is still uncontested. 3 players surrounded by the other 3 players on Flopnation. They do find 1 trade on the side, but it is going to be who is going to be coming out top. I still don't know, actually.
I don't know. It's going to be relatively close. All I know is that Moonlight needs to find picks on Flopnation if they want this zone back. That is the only way they're going to be getting out of this. And finding the picks, they do take it 2 down, successfully capping that zone once more, working their pencil back, and the shot left to fend for themselves against 3 members of Moonlight right here. Keegan, get out of there if you can.
They're being ballsy about it. I mean, they are. The Kraken comes out and the Zuka gains no value being popped at that time because you're going to be coming back. Actually, they still had cooler, so they still have 60% off that Zuka ready to go and charge, so they probably have no risk on trying to wait for it a little bit longer. And there it goes. There's that first Zuka comes out, but it's not going to be able to hold, not going to be able to clear anything, but it certainly does hold that plat for a little bit more further pushes and advances, but that tent shield is going to stall that out a little bit longer with the crab coming out from both of these teams to try and fight it out as long as they can. They do find the crab, but are they going to be able to find a zone? Yes, they do.
Find it indeed, but I think it's going to be immediately capped back if I'm not mistaken. The pencils are fighting. The Moonlight is actually capturing that zone once more here, but unfortunately having to restart those penalty points again. Flopnation is being forced way back here with 2 of them down, and Moonlight still waiting here to find those picks, extra picks, and the Kraken on top of that being ready, but Moonlight also going 2 down. It is pick for pick right here.
Oh
and
no!
Flopnation going to do what they can to get that zone back.
Oh, this is just a little bit unfortunate. Here's the situation update for Moonlight right now. Beza went down without Cooler just now, so the push is delayed for them, but they're still holding on to it because they came back just in time with that Cooler ready to go. But Flopnation's Cooler might just have run out. So now it is Moonlight back on the front foot at this point for them to try and push this out, because look how much space they have taken back in the span of the last 20 seconds. Captain Happy trying to find Nolan with the Zuka, but is unable to do so, as they do find Shadow, but it is going to be the Kraken that's trying to stall. It is out, finding one. Oh, Lexi managing to get out of the grasp of Nolan's Kraken, finding them from behind. Are they going to try to find some hero play at the moment? No, but they do jump out with the crab, so they have 10 seconds here, Fufu. They still have a chance if Flopnation wants to take the zone.
For sure, Lexi was playing skirmisher right there at the last second. That was freaking awesome. With Omega coming in with the crab, just doing what they can, forcing Flopnation out, and that looks like it's going to be a game for Moonlight. Game 3 in their favor, taking the set.
Taking the set indeed, but it was a close game 5 there. Moonlight's going to be moving towards the semifinals, I believe, of the like top quarterfinals of the bracket at the moment. But that was a well-fought game for both of these teams.
That was a tense game, if anything. Both of these teams were at each other's neck, if anything. It was a lot of back and forth at some points, even. Just really good plays from both of these. The players are absolutely insane, from their comps to the plays. Whoo!
Yeah, I mean, look, you definitely want to keep this momentum up, because you're going into the depths now. You're going to be going really far in the bracket, but looking at this, just look at how much like pressure Moonlight was able to just do with their weapons. I think in the case of this like comp study, if you really want to, although they have no bombs, but they had the utility and the weapon specific gimmicks here that they played really well into it. And especially here, Kraken, although they fell off the ledge, they managed to push that crap away long enough, and then Shadow was in a good position there to keep holding that area.
I know how you mentioned no bombs as well. I do want to mention, I think they were able to get away with it just because about the sheer range that their weapons were able to have. Like Stamper has relatively long range, Pencil has relatively long range, Gal has pretty solid range as well. I think, and just the disruption from the mist to just everything else was just allowed them to get away with it, if anything, because they had that poke still.
Yeah, but that poke is definitely going to be really important if you're Moonlight trying to secure the area and stuff that you're trying to push out, right? Because Mahi for its size is very cramped, and if you're fighting something like a Carbon Shot and Splash, they don't have the range to contest you, and you have the free reign of that range, like you said, to be able to just shoot them out. Even if it's just like poking them out, that's gonna be enough for that's gonna be enough for them to like reconsider how they approach. Because we saw multiple times, right? Lexi and the others trying to push up a forwards, fighting it solo, but they're just spaced out. They're just like cramped in the corner at the end, and then they weren't able to like get out.
Collapse. It's like dominoes. It's like an effect. It's like you go you two down and suddenly you're left to fight the rest of the team and ding, no, it's like a wipeout. It was crazy. I mean, this was a freaking awesome set, though. Both, like we said earlier, both of these teams are really evenly matched. If anything, seeing that 2-3 score on the field, but Moonlight definitely taking the game, the set right here, and continue to move on into winners bracket. Flopnation going through losers, but I don't think they're definitely not out of this yet. They are incredibly strong over here.
Oh yeah, because I'm looking at the bracket right now. If we can show it to our viewers as well, it is going to be the second seed, I believe, fighting against the Moonlight. Just right now that they're going to be moving on to, and we still have to wait a little bit for the next set that we're going to be casting onto as well. One Tap You Lost is waiting on either Frutella or Celeste to be finishing up their matches in a 1-1 right now in the best of. So it's going to be interesting to see who's going to be the one that's going to be facing them off.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting indeed. But that does conclude this set for now, and we will be going on a little break, as you said, just a wee bit of a break. Very lovely set, but don't be going anywhere. We're going to see you guys soon. Hello, hello. We are back with your next set being One Tap You Lost and versus Celeste. I am joined here by the lovely Lila. Say hello. My hair's a mess.
Hey. How you doing, Fufu? I know we have a little bit of hiccup, but we're gonna get this quick and over with because they're already going in and they're ready to fight their first match in Splat Zone's Umami Ruins here. One tap and you lost smiley face versus Celeste.
Very interesting, very interesting. Again, we are heading further and further into the winners bracket. So you know these matches are gonna get insane the more we keep going here. I'm pretty excited here. These are rating, this is seed 4 and 5. So this is a really, really close seed here on the board. And as we move into Umami is a very interesting one to start on because you know the 2-zone moment.
Two zones linearly placed alongside each other is gonna be a very interesting change of what is it? Zones for most of these people, but I think people have played this enough to know what's up with it, and we're gonna see basically almost similarities coming from the last couple streams. You're gonna see that pencil, you're gonna see that splash, you're gonna see the 52, but more so importantly, there's a slosher on both of these teams. We haven't seen that in a bit.
Interesting enough. We have the two sides of the same coin. We have the slosher, just one being having a little bit of white paint on it. Then the other, that blaster being the first one to go down. It's actually really huge for one tap you lost here. On top of that, crab making absolute space right here. They're being able to go up on Celeste and make a lot more pressure here. Here it comes Funny as well to come and back up their teammate on top of that. Oh, slosher.
Yeah, you don't want to get sloshed over that wall. It is a guaranteed kill, like saying, hey, this is a wall, there's a slosher. That means I can guarantee to hit around you. Maybe like that range blaster too. But we're going to see how those strikes are going to be affecting the state of the game, because Celeste is trying to go for this retake, but the strikes coming from One Tap You Lost is also trying to cover as much ground as they need to. But right now, it doesn't look too bright, because they still haven't gotten some picks. They actually, as I say that, they found 2 picks, and the fighting continues, and they found 3 here, Celeste.
Really good comeback here from Celeste, having a nice grab of the zone. Again, I'm excited to see this blaster do their action, especially because it has really... We love to see ledge camping from blaster. Our blaster and sloshes are ledge campers of these comps right now. So, but that crab already coming in from Buddy, making space. I believe they found 1, but that's currently 2 down on Celeste. Again, One Tap You Lost is going for a really lovely retake right here. We see a... Is that a shark?
Oh, the slosher did try for a little bit there to try and hold on to mid, but unfortunately isn't going to go too well. As 2 down on the side of Celeste, 3 down now on the side of Celeste means that One Tap You Lost has the man and ground advantage right now to try and keep this up. NG is going to be trying to push up with that 52, but is not going to be able to find much here. But the penalty points are gone. They're going to have to see if they're going to be able to hold this on as long as they can, because they have a pencil plus a crab to hold onto this. The Zuka retaliating, but not going to be able to find much, neutralizing the zone. But that's just going to be it for Celeste's first attempt. They have 1 more attempt in this push, Fufu, and if they're going to be able to get this, it's going to be tight.
And very tight indeed, as considering this is their final chance to try and go.
Oh,
no!
no.
Taking 2 of them out. Their options have turned so much more limited here for Celeste.
No.
One Tap You Lost taking full advantage of this, continue to pick the zone Scion and just hold this as best they can. But Celeste trying to do what they can, contesting the zone at a 1, but getting picked off. One Tap You Lost taking game 1. Oh my goodness.
You don't want to drag a whale so much that you kill yourself and the teammate accidentally. That was so unfortunate for Celeste.
That's the worst feeling, accidentally taking your teammate down with you. But goodness, One Tap You Lost just did so good at holding that. You can't even, it's like, oh my goodness. Yeah, no, that was already a really tense first match. This is already setting the bar for what we are to see coming up soon. But... dog.
Oh, that's not something you would want to see, because let's follow this replay, because I think moments after this that it happened. Who was it that got whaled? It was Cam that got whaled, that dragged back and forth, and something else hit them on top of it with the extra chip that just happened, and they dragged it on their teammates behind them and just killed them each other. Oh my god.
Look at this, the moment where they tried to contest, but just being able to collapse on that member, Celeste holding the zone or contesting the zone in the situation. Just a really good cleanup by the end. The One Tap You Lost is already, having that small game advantage, taking one game already right off the bat. But I don't think Celeste is going to be out of the game yet, especially considering even though we saw One Type Yellows have pretty high dominance by the end of the game, I don't think Celeste is out of this just yet because they have shown to have pretty good strength here, even though we're one game in.
I mean, yeah, definitely. They have shown force. They have shown that they are capable of footing up a fight. It's just a little bit unfortunate on what happened, right? So let's hope that they can regroup, recalculate, and whatever they need to, they get this going.
You'll zones. Lila, you'll zones.
You'll zones? Ooh.
Big zone. Huge zone.
Huge zone. It's the one of the biggest zones in the game, and I don't think anybody like.
I got beef with this map just by the sheer size of that zone, as they may have mentioned 3 different times in the span of 10 seconds. But seeing that Pento come out trying to, find some way to work around that. Pentos on each side is definitely to be, expected, especially for a map like this. But relatively, those comps are staying similar, if not the same. I believe they're the same comps on both sides.
Both sides didn't need to change. They said, okay, that works. We're just doing the same thing. But Celeste, you really got to be careful this time around. The whales on this map too is powerful, and if you're not careful enough, it's gonna be rough. And that cooler placement is not exactly wonders for your team, but it is going to find free players down on the side. Maybe it's just like a little distraction tactic, like, hey, big soda there. Look at the big soda that's on top of the pillow. I do that all the time when I was playing Pencil.
It's like, ooh, you want the soda so bad? Go get it! It's like, go get it! Okay, dude, these pencils just putting that paint on the floor. Celeste already having a hold of the zone, which is already really good to start. Again, this zone it feels almost impossible to flip sometimes. So, One Type Lost has to get so much paint on this zone to try and flick it. Even these strikes weren't able to make a dent in, which is just insane. Which goes to show, again, the sheer size of the zone. Phoenix trying to find any picks. I mean, is that new ground? I did try to find a pick, but only to get picked up right then there.
Because sometimes the tactics on this map, right, is you have someone drag alongside each side of the zone, and hopefully you live long enough to be able to hold the zone, which is what One Tap You Lost just did with 52, and they're able to find some picks, let the pencil paint out the rest of the zone, and they're able to get this starting to take down on their score as well. But those strikes, trying to hold Celeste back, is not going to do much because they're still holding on to that bridge area, and you got to be careful because you don't want to just let that pencil paint out the zone, and you're going to have a down situation. But that big zone, no matter how big, is still going to go down if you have free players off the board.
Oh, indeed. Celeste having that lovely cap of the zone once more. They're again setting themselves up underneath. Oh, well, we have, okay, interestingly enough, we have the Slosher coming up here, causing some ledge camps as necessary, putting some extra pressure, but that blaster, their buddy getting picked off, forced to jump out here. Honestly, a really smart choice there to try and keep yourself, alive a little bit longer, or keep yourself in the game a little bit more. Cam, here we see the Sloshers again. Sloshers doing it out. Cam coming out on top, but One Type Lost is now back in center, doing what they can to try and take the zone once more, getting picked off with one right here, one each. Ooh.
I mean, they're close. They're 20 points off, and this is a scary prospect for One Tap You Lost because you got to be able to get those kills and points down on the board, and they do actually able to do that. And the zone is now contested in the blue, bright blue for One Tap You Lost here. So if they're going to be able to keep holding this up, they're going to be able to try and take some points off of One Tap You Lost here. But with that being said, the Slosher is going to try and pincer this out and fighting as much as they need to at this point. Cooler fights, trades are going through. Free kills for the Slosher there. Huge free kills there.
Oh no, absolutely insane here, but still coming out on top of that charger when we went on top of that. One Type You Lost is now having control of the zone, no penalty points on the board, and with that cooler out and ready to go, they are ready to hold this zone as long as they need to. So let's coming in, going down one on that blaster. It's not one of their pain heavy weapons, so they still have the a better possibility of taking the zone back. But Buddy coming in with the crab, taking another one out. One Type You Lost is looking well on their way to take this lead, and taking the lead, they do. Or giving Celeste a taste of their own medicine and locking them out right now.
That's 10 points left on the board, though. You gotta paint out the zone as much as you need. Those strikes are not gonna be enough. You're gonna have someone else paint the zone. The range blaster isn't gonna do it. You don't have enough paint on that zone. You're not gonna be able to get it. Look at how blue and orange it is still. It's still relatively all blue.
Yeah, no, pretty much all. But like we said, the zone is absolutely ridiculous. Those strikes we saw just were on a typical zone. They might be enough to at least halt the zone. Not this time. And one tap you lost, coming in with a second win of the set right here. Just again, that luck, just that hold at the end. It's whenever the scores get closer, whenever you really got to pull through it. That's when everything just comes together. It all just locks into place.
Are in the situation of playing for EOTEL zone, it definitely want to be able to secure as longevity as you can going into a game free, right? Because now Celeste is really on the back foot now.
Absolutely, having 2 games down is definitely it gets a little it's a little bit tense. It gets to you a little bit, but hopefully not enough here because Celeste still platypus. Hold on. We honestly, I think they're still in this. Like I said, I do want to believe that they're still in this because we saw that these Perry the platypus.
No, it's just a platypus.
It's just a platypus. Oh, what's the platypus doing here? I do believe there's Perry the platypus.
I love my silly little guy, but yeah.
So silly, so cross-eyes for me. But I do genuinely believe that Celeste is still able to, hold their ground here because despite the 2-0 score, these scores were still relatively close in what we saw. But one type he lost is just able to push us through even further and taking a lot of these games to the very end and getting that crown. So I want to see how they're going to prove on Mahi Mahi.
Yeah, Mahi Mahi is going to be interesting too because, like, this time around, it's not going to be a big zone, but it's going to be a small zone with a small map. No changes from Celeste here, and also one tap you lost, so maybe they really just, this time around, 3 times for sure. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, these teams are sticking to their guns, already making quick openings. It's actually going to be one tap you lost that actually gets to the zone first here, but with that blaster being forcing them to move back again. I want to see this blaster in action here because we know how strong blaster can be here. But already one tap you lost going down on that gal, losing one of their shooters, but like Crab coming in to try and help make that extra space that they might just need. I believe they're in the game. They're losing the zone here. There we go. Celeste now having control of the zone for the first time in the game. I mean, we're only down to 70 points. We're only less than a minute into the game here, but these teams are moving incredibly quickly for this.
Yeah, definitely. But where this is gonna be close games because Celeste now has this lockout set up and ready to go. But like you said, that range blaster will be the key player to try and hold off of the areas that Celeste wants to hold, because now with the stage dropped and Milky has so much more options to ledge, and look at how aggressive they are with that left side already. They're already trying to do as much as they can, and they know they need to take them out as they do find a trade with it, but that's going to be 2 down for Celeste here. And the Whale chasing down the last. They're going to have to watch out for the pencil, though. Don't get shot out twice, because one tap you lost. Don't actually die because of your name.
Don't die to the one shot. Don't die to the one tap. But I think it was interesting because there was an open. I think they left their left side a little bit open up, and one tap you lost just absolutely took the opportunity to come in. So switching those sides right now, one tap you lost out of those penalty points is going down right now on the board, and I believe they're. We're going crazy. Both of the teams just waiting for that fight.
I mean, yeah, they're definitely waiting as long as they can for that, and they waited for the strikes to go in, but still being outpainted. Nobody could paint that zone on the side of Celeste, and now one tap you lost is having a big advantage at the moment, because no cooler for Celeste just now on that push. That means they have to rebuild the special slowly and surely, but with that lead flip now, they're gonna have to try and find their special soon, because there's only 20 ticks left on the clock, and you don't want your Slosher going down for this retake. You need those strikes.
Oh yeah, for sure. And so, again, these crabs, we've mentioned it before, but these crabs are really good at making that space, and Funny especially is doing a really good job at doing that, seeing the splash, seeing the paint that can be on the floor. The other thing is those shooters that we're just going to be with all the strikes coming in, not able to contest. One tap you lost in a blink of an eye, ending the game, taking the set 3-0.
Taking the set 3-0 indeed. This is the set dominantly performed for one tap. You lost. Moving into winners. Moving on to it, I believe. I'm not sure how far they're moving up, but it is them moving up surely. Oh, it's semifinals that they're moving up into.
Into semifinals right here, moving into the bracket. Honestly, winners bracket is kind of crazy if you ask me right now.
Yeah, I mean, let's go take a look real quick on who is going to be fighting in those matches after these replays, actually, because we're gonna have to look at how these guys managed to clench out in the end there. Because, like we mentioned, Celeste just had the most unfortunate stagger without the cooler and then without the special save, and it's just hard when you don't have those strikes to go in. And now those strikes are coming in, but it's too late now.
Yeah, and the 3 down at the end, just losing the manpower necessary to try and take that zone. One tap you lost was just able to capitalize off of those small things, those small openings. Again, like Celeste left that left area open, and one tap you lost just absolutely took advantage. And I think that was just the ball that was got rolling to initially just eventually lead to that knockout. So it was a really good job of finding those micro opportunities there from one tap you lost, actually utilizing. Also, their players had just really good mechanics on top of that.
I mean, really, really good mechanics. Really, like, slosher players, they are definitely a different kind of people. They have such a strong flick. They have strong locking and stuff. But let's not hold this up too much because semifinals will happen. But let's go take a look at the brackets on who is gonna be playing this out later on. Actually, we can stall a little bit because the winners bracket I think that we're going to be casting is still being decided between Rogue and Moonlight and also BTDX versus Risorgimento. Say it again, Fufu.
Risorgimento.
Risorgimento. There you go. Hey, but
There we go. There we go.
the predictions are Rogue and BTDX is going to be moving up, but I have high hopes for Risorgimento at the moment. They were cooking in that stat. They were cooking with that coolerless comp.
It looks like they are 2 up right now as well. So they're pretty much one game. It would be an upset as well, but they did cook last time. We saw that happen.
Mhm.
Honestly, I'm very
Oh,
excited to see the teams that are going to be moving forward because we have been seeing incredible talent running along our brackets during this cast so far.
yeah, and then let's go look at the losers bracket real quick that we're gonna be hopefully follow through after winners finals. So currently it's still in the round 3 of most things, but Moonlight did just get bumped down into the losers round 5 now. So it would be BTDX moving into the casting set. But before then, the Kitten Squad and Healthy Diet Food Groups is gonna duke it out as well. But we can also see Flopnation just now is moving in towards the round freeze, fighting against Foams Edition 37th. But they're still just like fighting each other in the most closest way possible in this tournament.
So many close sets right here, and because they're 1 for 1 as well. So like we have honestly, we've been seeing nothing but crazy stuff already here on stream, and honestly, it's gonna get even crazier. And you guys are gonna be in good hands. You guys are, whoo, it's gonna be so good later.
It is going to be really, really good because we're going to be passing the mic on to NM and Pat to be casting the next couple of games here. So that will be us here setting off the mic because Fufu, where can the people find you?
The people can find me on Twitter at @splatfufu. As you guys can see a little bit below, like just like right there. There's my ad. You guys can find me over there for some art and some backline shenanigans, and of course the commentary here on the side. But Lila, that was amazing. Where can the good people find you today?
You can find me on X, twitter.com, whatever you call it, under the handle right there, Lila Scope, like right there, right there, right there,
Over there,
right,
over
right
there,
there.
over there, over there. Yeah, over there, over there, over there.
You can find Fufu's over there. You can find Fufu's over there.
Right here, right here, right here, right here. Like right here.
But yeah, that will be us signing off from In the Zone, presented by Dapple Productions. And big shout outs once again to Brownie to be casting this whole tournament. So thank you so much. This has been me and Fufu, and we're gonna pass the mic to NM and Pat once again. So see you guys.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Hope you're in the zone for this In the Zone today. I'm NM, of course, joined here by Pat as we're now getting into semifinals. If you haven't been paying attention to the bracket, what has happened as is Bet, that was seed 3, was thrown over by members such as Tiddly, Aloha, Punchy. Those characters are going to be fighting up against Rogue. So we're going to be seeing how that's coming up with Rogue. He's got like Gray, Obito, Scar, a bunch of like very solid European players. But of course, let me stop getting ahead of myself. I'm here with Pat here as we're getting into this set today. How's it going for you, Pat?
I'm doing great, NM, and it's been an awesome tournament so far, and we're about to see some of 8 of the best players in Europe fight it out to make it to winners finals. What better to ask? And it's on zones only, where these top players, they love playing on zones. And here we are in the Splatfest team of the maps. We're going to start on Sturgeon Shipyard. It's such a weird map. Like in Splatoon 2, it felt different. In this game, it felt like a completely different game.
Oh yeah, it feels so different.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that is probably because of like the specials that we currently have in Splatoon 3 compared to 2. I felt like a lot of the 2's maps that I felt like were very strong, like Sturgeon and Manta were some of the best, feel a lot weaker with how this game plays. But as I'm saying that, we're getting into the match here, and we're about to see the comps rolling out, some standard stuff. You see a 52 deco coming out from Obito, and we're seeing Aloha coming out with their standard, vanilla Tri-Slosher too.
Yep.
We're seeing solid comps all around.
Yeah, very solid. I love to see Gray coming with the range blaster. That's power, and for zones, it can be pretty risky because if you're alone, you cannot paint the zone. But right now, It's Risorgimento opening incredibly strong, getting pick after pick and forcing Rogue to move back. But Rogue is already back on the attack. They've taken out the Junior, and now they're back onto the zone, back trying to get the splats, and they get Chu right away. That's going to be a quick, very quick zone flip, and now Rogue is in control of them.
Yeah, they're already doing really well of setting up the zone. You can see all the members of Rogue now pushing up, trying to make sure that Risorgimento is not able to get back in. Even with Aloha coming out here from up top with these sloshes, they're not able to find the picks on the opponents. They're close to their Inkjet, which could help them out. Definitely seeing somebody on that bottom right there back up as it's Obito. Seeing the Inkjet coming out, seeing the strikes coming out. Here's the special output from Risorgimento coming through, getting the zone, getting 2 picks, leaving just the 52 and the range left alive as we're seeing this Zeko Pin go on the offensive and get a pick on Obito there. That is such a good snipe coming out from them. And they're still going, trying to get this pick on the Zap. Not going to be able to save their splash. And the zone is going to be back in neutral as we see Proma backing out a bit onto this snipe, this spinner here, as they're just trying to make sure they play for life. Still having the zone with Gray trying to push up now.
Yeah, Rogue still in control, and right now Rizzo trying to get away back in, finding their mark, and now they have 2 specials at the ready. The crab tank is going to come, he's going to exterminate Gray, and right now all of Risorgimento is back on the zone, trying to apply that penalty, and they at least managed to stop it, but not enough. Rogue is back in control, they're still scoring points, no penalty on them, and Risorgimento, they need to paint the zone right now, and
Yeah, no, Pat, they need to go on this zone. They have the bubbler out here right now. They're able to paint it, but Obito is still in mid right now. And with a weapon like the 52, is going to be able to decimate the competition, leaving only the Zeko Fin in mid as Obito comes up from behind them and gets the pick.
Okay, well, they managed to apply penalty, but that's all they managed to do. All of Rogue is around the zone, defending it, establishing an absolute perimeter. And right now, Risorgimento has no way in. Aloha trying to get in, but gets punished by Obito. And Obito is looking at that crab tank, not really minding the shots from the crab. That 52 Gao is doing wonders. And with 30 ticks left, Risorgimento has 1 push to go now.
Yeah, Pat, currently they're in a corner, and it's not going to help that Obito is currently sharking from their bottom left, able to get punchy pretty easy there as they're going for that Zeko Fin, able to get him, leaving just the Junior left alive here, and that is going to be a wipeout at the end of Game 1, going to Rogue.
Rogue getting this one incredibly strongly. Risorgimento were able to get a few fights, were able to get the zone at some point, but when Rogue has the momentum, when Rogue has the zone, it's so tough to push them away, and Risorgimento really not able to do that in Game 1.
Yeah, no, they weren't able to. I felt like they had some shining moments. We especially saw a lot like Jay just kept pushing up with the Charger, even with someone like that playing very aggressive. They were very good at setting up even with the bubble or Inkjet, but they weren't able to just keep life or watch out for Obito as they were able to flank and put pressure on them multiple times. I feel like watching every side they can and making sure that they're safe in that regard will definitely help them out, which they definitely have to watch out for now as we're moving on to a map like Mako Mart.
It's, as I said, Risorgimento were doing the right things. It's just that Rogue was constantly at the exact right spot, doing the exact right thing. To make that right thing fail, to make that very specific attack that Risorgimento, Rogue constantly had a read on them and was stopping what they were doing masterfully. It's going to take Risorgimento. They need to bring a surprise. They need to do something different, because if they do the same thing, Rogue is going to see them coming and is going to defeat them.
Yeah, and I can definitely see Rogue's comp shutting them down so many times. Range Blaster is really strong in this map. 52, well, it's not the vanilla one with Splash Wall, it's still going to be very strong on a map like this. They got to make sure that they know what Rogue is coming with and find a way to counteract that as we're getting into this match.
Here we go, game number 2 already coming. The Rogues are bringing a bucket to the adventure. Meanwhile, Risorgimento not really changing their composition. It's, they have a good comp for this map mode, especially the Tri-Slusher is, well, the Tri-Slusher is down, but it can be so good under the ledges. But right now, 2 down on both sides, but Rogue gets the zone and is punishing that crab tank Punchy. Just dancing around, trying to get away, is surviving as much as they can, but that's not enough. Risorgimento with the strikes are able to paint the zone and get it, but they still need to push Rogue away.
Yeah, they need to push Rogue away right now as Scar is up on their stack, trying to get the pick on the try, able to get it. The Crab alongside the bubble combo is trying to push him out, gets the pick on Scar before shredding that bubble in return, leaving the zone in a bit of a neutral right now, but the cooler is coming out, Pat, from Rogue's side. We're seeing the Wavebreaker coming out, and Obito is already on the offensive, trying to pick off Jay, but they're trying to hold it together before jumping out, as Obito is just going to shark here, and now they're going to be going on a full-on flank offensive.
And Rogue, look at that, just complete menace. Gray is pushing everybody back, and now Obito in the spawn doesn't need a splash ball to stay alive. Even though Obito's under fire from everybody from Risorgimento and getting away with it still. Right now, Rogue has bought themselves so much time, just 30 ticks left, and they win this game. Risorgimento, they need that push, they need to get in. Strikes are coming in, crabs coming in, everything is coming in, and Risorgimento able to apply penalty, but they lost all of their resources for that. Rogue is still on the map, cleaning up and getting a wipeout.
That is really good coming out from Rogue, but we can't count down Risorgimento right now because that was really good, at least getting them in a penalty, giving them a little bit more time to come back in, but it's still not looking good as Proma is on their snipe, but they're going to be picked off but before getting a low-high return. And we're seeing Gray alongside Obito trying to come in from the right side. Going to get punished because of it, but Punchy has their crab tank right now. They're able to get a little bit more space for their teammates to be coming in. Even with this Wavebreaker coming out, they're able to use their triple ink strikes and Big Bubbler, and that's a zone finally in their favor. They have the life right now, but Punchy has to back up before they get splatted here by Scar as they're coming in from the left side. But the Junior is able to pick him out in return. Such a good pick. Junior going for Obito right now. Can they get the pick? They're the only one left alive though. They gotta go out instantly, and that's a delayed wipeout before taking out Gray in return.
And again, Risorgimento able to apply penalty, able to take the zone for a few seconds, but Rogue is answering in kind and just getting back into attack mode. No more penalty for Rogue right now. They're about to score the KO. Punchy is getting in with the crab. Everything is thrown out the zone right now. It's 2v2, and all Rogue needs to do to win is to paint that square. They have a Tacticular on the zone. They are denying everything. Risorgimento needs to capture now, and they're so close.
They're so close right now. It's literally every team trying to go in, but we see Gray going on their stack to be able to get one. All right, that's a wipeout. Second game going to Rogue.
But Risorgimento able to maintain the zone neutral for like 10 seconds there, but not able to apply penalty. They were so close to it. But even if they apply penalty there, Rogue was always coming back. Rogue always had the resources to get back in the game and punish what Risorgimento was doing.
Yeah, they were always able to do something. You saw Obito pretty much every second or almost every second of that game, either trying to push into our spawn or in their spawn. And you saw, especially at the end there, both teams were just kind of in a standstill trying to paint the zone until Gray and Obito were like, you know what? Screw it. We're just going to go onto the stack. We're going to make a mercy play and just go straight for their throats. And that's what they did and got them the win right at the end there. You see Gray trying to go for Tiddly there, able to get the pick. Obito following them, able to get the pick on Punchy. The last two were on that block getting picked off by all the other members.
And that's really a wonder of coordination that Rogue is showing. Again, these teams, I mean, these 8 players are so good and so fast, but Rogue able to just keep track of everything constantly and manage all of their resources to make sure that whatever Risorgimento does, Rogue still has players on the board. Rogue has their specials ready to just re-push, make sure that Risorgimento doesn't have any point. But let's look at this game. This could be the final game. Risorgimento needs to change things, needs to surprise Rogue, and Rogue right now are bringing the pencil to seal the deal. Promano with it is such a beast with that pencil. That's going to be so tough for Risorgimento.
Yeah, especially since Risorgimento is opting to just kind of stick with their short-range comp, not really wanting to change anything. I mean, another really solid map for weapons like Tri-Slosher, but they're going to have to definitely put in more work as their range is getting a lot longer. But so many picks are coming out here, and Gray almost got punchy there, but they were able to stay alive for at least a little longer, as Gray is already going into their spawn. They're already like, all right, I want to get to winners finals now, and I want them gone. Obito here too, as always, both of them on the aggressive. Tiddly just hiding a little bit there on that wall, but Obito's going straight for the behind on that ramp. Go for Tiddly. Can they get the pick? No, they can't. The Junior was able to pick off the 52. That is something you do not see a lot, but that's what happened there. Gray trying to back out, not able to. But Rogue, even though having a lot of points right now, Tiddly is going in, getting so many more picks. This is a battle Junior going on out here right now before getting picked off out the pencil. They did so much there, getting the picks they needed, able to get the zone for Risorgimento pad. As we're seeing them locking down right now, but Rogue looks like they're getting a little bit of leeway.
Yeah, the Battle Junior was enough to push, but Rogue is already back in action, back forcing all of Risorgimento to get back to spawn one way or another. The screen right there just forcing Tiddly to move away. Tiddly cannot go Battle Junior through that screen. And right now, Rogue gaining control, and with 2 down onto Risorgimento. Risorgimento need to regroup, need to wait for the rest of the team if they want to push.
Yeah, no, they gotta wait right now, and Punchy is literally hiding on a wall, trying to make sure Obito doesn't pick them off, finally getting the pick on them, allowing them to push forward even a little bit, but they know where Aloha is right now, as Scar and Gray are pushing up. Scar trying to use their lob shots best they can, but we see Punchy coming out here with the crowd, the big bubbler coming through too, pushing Obito back just even a little bit, but they're still going to be alive. Gray's going to be coming in here too, comboing with their teammates. Junior in a corner, going to get picked off, and it's just 20 points left right now. Risorgimento gotta find something here, or it's going to be lights out for them, as Gray is going in, trying to pick off that Zeko pin. Aloha coming from up top, and using the top, isn't going to get anything, and it's so close, but they're going to be going, and that's it. That's the set.
And that is game number 3 and set in power from Rogue, showing what they can do when they have momentum, how they're able to never move back, never give any ground to Risorgimento. Really, like, Rogue just played perfectly. Risorgimento played incredibly, but Rogue played perfectly in these 3 games.
No, you just saw them, how much they wanted to push up, how much they wanted to fight. Both Scar, Obito, and Gray always pushing up with each other, getting the picks they needed, especially Obito, especially in those first 2 games, always behind them. Even in that 3rd game a little bit, always in their spawn. As far as they can go, they want to get in there, make sure Risorgimento could not get anything done.
Yeah, and the second there was any breathing room on the side of Rogue, both Obito and Gray were locked in, going forward into that court, making sure that they would apply maximum damage, that they would get into a fight as early as possible. And even if they were losing that fight, they had the time to respawn and get back onto the zone fast enough that Risorgimento could not capitalize off of their deaths. Rogue really mastering completely zones and showing why they are in winners finals, where we will see them very, very soon.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing them coming up in just a second, going up against whoever wins between Floppot and One Tap You Lost. They're currently 2-1 right now, so we're going to be seeing coming up next who's going to be fighting a Rogue in the winners finals. But looking at the losers bracket a little bit, of course, it's not the end for Risorgimento. They're going to be waiting quite a bit between some other matches, but we might be seeing them again just maybe soon.
Yeah. We'll see all of that very soon. Do not go anywhere. We're going to take a short break, and we will see you all in winners finals. And welcome back to In the Zone. It's now time for winners finals. The two undefeated teams in this tournament are about to decide which team is going to go to grand finals first. On one side, we have One Tap You Lost that just defeated team number 1. On the other side, we have Rogue, team number 2, that showed how strong they are just earlier in the stream. And this is In the Zone winners finals. This is the top 2 teams in this tournament so far, and they are coming in strong.
Yeah, especially One Tap You Lost. Honestly, both of them. We just saw what Rogue did just a set ago to get here and all of the fighting power they had. But you have to realize One Tap You Lost just beat half of the world champions, plus Zero and Goss. That's a pretty big result to take into account when going into this. So even though we didn't watch them last set, we know what they can do if they can take them down.
Yeah, anything is possible, and we're going to start on Inkblot Art Academy. And yeah, that's a good start, a classic one, and I expect to see the pencils come from both teams probably, because like range, if you're able to put a good range option on top of this map, you are golden.
Yep, and here come the comps, pretty much sticking for the same thing for Rogue. And on the side of One Tap You Lost, we see that pencil coming out there. Pretty much a little bit of a mirror comp, but we have a splash instead of a range blaster. We got the vanilla instead of the Deco 52.
Yeah, lots coming, and here comes One Tap You Lost already losing one player, and Rogue is in orange and getting the zone already establishing some control.
Already getting started here. We're seeing Toddy going to be picked out before Obito is already trying to aggress with this cooler buffs here alongside Scar. They're just opting to be under this ledge, using their ledge shots to their advantage. As Funny is running this crab out. They're down to the 50s, but Scar's got to back up. The Killer Royale, the Triple A strikes are flying out. Killer Royale from the side of Rogue, and we're seeing this 52 going on the offensive, but Scar knows exactly where they are, trying to get the pick. They're tagged right now, trying to jump back up. They're going to be able to, leaving Rogue still in control as One Tap You Lost are starting to find a way in by getting the pick on Obito, but it's not going to get much more than that.
And Rogue, again, not minding being pushed, not minding people painting their zone as long as they stay around it. They stay in control of the game. And One Tap You Lost still struggling to get out of their side of the map, trying to get onto that zone to paint it. Rogue still in control, the strikes just delaying any push coming, but now with Grey down, and at least One Tap You Lost is able to get onto the zone, but they need to paint it right now. Rogue able to get the zone back, no penalty applied with 20 ticks left. Rogue is looking at a quick victory if One Tap You Lost is not able to apply. Okay, they're finally able to do it, and
yeah, they were finally able to put their paint onto the zone pad here as Obito, Scar, and Gray are starting to get back into mid here, but only Obito and Scar are left alive as the others are going to be picked off, and we're seeing One Tap You Lost trying to aggress. Both 52s getting picked off. Bantar going to be picked off by Scar in a slosher battle here before they get picked off themselves. It is a fight club going on down there as we see Gray trying to get the pick on Sko, not able to do it. They're going to be staying alive for a little bit longer, painting for Cooler for another day, as here it is for One Tap You Lost. Funny single-handedly keeping the other members of Rogue out of the zone right now, as Promino is trying to get some paint from this snipe, able to get it in congestion, as all the members are going to be pushing up, but we're seeing Toddy getting the pick on Scar, literally in their spawn right now.
And right now, Rogue, they managed to apply penalty, but they didn't manage to take control. One Tap You Lost is still around the zone. Rogue still able to paint, but able to get back in there. And Obito and Gray already getting in, already getting the splats, and with 3 down onto One Tap. 3 down. Rogue right now, not wasting time cleaning up and getting full control.
Yeah, right now, Pat, it is full orange on the zone here as they're trying to be pushing up onto the plat of one tap you lost. Obito throwing out their splatter color screen, giving a little bit more sneaking power as they're trying to get in there, but the grab tanks are coming out. The triple ink strikes are coming out. 2 down, though, on the side of one tap you lost, even with that nice Obito pick. Funny's trying to get the pick on Gray, but Gray is able to take him out. It is just a Sniper Rider up there, going to be able to take out Gray, trying to get some paint, but there's not much time left, Pat. They got 5 seconds left on the clock to put it into neutral. Can they do it? No, they cannot. Rogue getting that first game.
I mean, one tap you lost really put Rogue in difficulty, but Rogue really having the momentum like a sledgehammer cannot be stopped once they are going and showing incredible strength. That being said, what tap you lost, they were able to push Rogue away. They were able to get the fights on Rogue. They were not that far behind, and they're like, unlike the previous team that Rogue faced, are able to just get back in that game and force Rogue to do their best, to try their hardest to pop off to get the win. So if one tap you lost is able to reproduce that, do that a little bit more, Rogue is in difficulty.
Yeah, they were able to win some fights you saw in mid there, especially, their 52 Toddy, which is a nice Japanese player from New Generation, but they got to get a little bit more momentum going if they want to match what Rogue keeps doing. All 3 of them aggressing, fighting with each other, even trying to solo the members of one tap you lost in some situations there. They got to match that power, and on a map like Mahi Mahi Resort, they might be able to do that, especially considering they are comped. They're just going to have to make sure that they play with each other well and that they keep pushing and keep aggressing on the members of Rogue, putting them in a little bit of a back foot.
Yeah, and on this map, we're going to see a lot. Okay, players not wasting any time getting in there, and let's see. Okay, no change in composition on the side of Rogue, and no change on the side of one tap you lost. It's going to be about the plays, and one tap you lost, all they need to do is find the coordination, win that team fight into mid to get that zone. And right away, there's 1 down on each side. Both teams still trying to get the advantage, the upper hand, and right now, Fanta are able to just tie up the score and give the zone to one tap you lost.
Yeah, they were able to take an early lead there, Pat, but aren't they going to be able to keep it here? They are for at least a little bit longer, as we're seeing Sadi and Fantar there coming in through mid. One going on the left side. Fantar trying to get something. They see Scar. They're not going to be able to get the pick, though, as Scar is going to be using these triple ink strikes to hold back the members of one tap you lost. Really, really good on a map as small as this right now. We're seeing Toddy trying to fight with their other members, able to get the pick on Scar. Killer Whale coming out onto the zone, getting the assist on Gray. They're going on a really solid push right now, but can Obito stop them? Yes, they can before going out themselves, but still, this is really in favor of one tap you lost as they have the advantage, they have the zone, they have the players and the paint right now. But can Rogue get something going here, able to take the Sniper Rider out? Both Sniper Riders out from either side, but here come the triple ink strikes, and the zone finally going for Rogue, but 2 of them are going to go down on one tap you lost.
The coordinated attack by Rogue just stopping everything, and the water hasn't dropped yet. The water levels are still high. Obito is punished in the spawn right there. Rogue looking to get that lead. One tap you lost is not that far from getting back in there. Water's going to drop as one tap you lost is getting in, trying to paint the zone, trying to apply penalty, get back in control. And right now Gray is going to go out with a trade. One tap is back in blue on the zone.
Yeah, they're back in it. Scar on top of this block, trying to get some picks in here. Going to be able to take Fantar out before they go down, leaving enough time for Obito to sweep in and get the pick. There they go. They get the zone, but we see Toddy on that right side trying to get something there. Not going to be able to, as Obito is going to shut that down once again. Getting the screen on that right side, pushing the rest of one tap you lost members onto the left, trying to get some easy picks here, but they're not going to be flying in that easily. Obito trying to get a pick on their side. 2 of them going to be punished because of that, leaving Scar the only aggressor left alive, trying to back up as Fantar is going to be putting these strikes on the zone, trying to take it back in the favor of one tap you lost. going to be taking it pretty easy with a small zone like that. Scar going down, Obito going down. 52 trying to make something work, not going to be able to get anything else from that. Gray is still alive though, going to be able to get the pick on Fantar as they're looking at that Snipe Rider. They want that pick, but they're going to jump out. They see the splash, they see the danger. Triple ink strikes coming out from Scar. This could be really powerful right now for Rogue to push in with those strikes, but they're keeping the members of One Tap You Lost either picked off or just backed up as much as possible. They have to find something in order to take out Rogue, and that range blaster pick might be it.
That's a good start, but right now One Tap You Lost need to attack. The strikes are going to go towards the zone, trying to paint it, trying to delay, and they're able to apply penalty and getting 2 picks with that, punishing Obito there. This is finally One Tap You Lost back in control of the zone, back in control of the whole map. But they don't have any penalty left either. They're in a very good spot to get the lead.
You know, they're in a really good spot right now to get the lead. If the members of Rogue can't find something here, they're going to be able to get it. Obito going down is really good, but the triple ink strikes coming through. Not going to be able to find anything with no additional pain. Everybody on the side of One Tap You Lost painting, and they're going to be able to get the lead with that pick on Scar. Even if Funny's going to go down, Obito is alone here on this left side. They're going to have to try really hard if they want something, but with the strikes coming out and both Snipe Riders looking at that zone, it's anyone's game, but it's looking like it's One Tap You Lost. Elbow with 3 down. The members of Rogue have got some pain right now. They're trying to outpaint Funny. They're not able to get the pick on Funny. They're just swimming around trying to get the pick on Gray, but they're not going to be able to. Watching this jump, that was so close right there, but Rogue is still in it. Even if they're getting picked off, they still have a chance, but they have 30 seconds left on the clock pad. They got lucky at the end there. If Funny was just a little bit faster, it would have been the end for them. But with only 25 seconds, they gotta find something or it's gonna be over.
That was so close, but it's not over. Rogue needs a monster push and they need to hold the zone for so long. They need to do it now, but with 2 players down, it's going to be pretty tough for them. Obito trying to get in, trying to paint the zone. Right now the zone is neutralized, but they need to flip it with a crab tank raining down onto it. They're able to capture the zone, but 2 players down still. It's just Gray, and it's going to be game number 2 for One Tap You Lost. What a comeback by One Tap.
You know, One Tap had just such a beautiful comeback there. They figured out exactly how Rogue wanted to play, fighting as much as possible. So they were like, okay, on this map, let's just make sure they're as separated as possible. We saw a lot, especially at the end there, Obito and Scar either on right or left, alone. As you can see in this instant replay here, this is around the beginning of the match. This is when One Tap was starting to get a really solid push in there, trying to get the picks, but of course, Rogue was able to get in there, especially with the coordination. Obito pincering them from behind, able to control the zone. So much yellow on this map, but this is really where Fantar and the rest of One Tap started to get in. Of course, triple ink strike, such a good tool on this map to get the zone. Everybody getting the pick on Obito there. They all started to form together near this end here, especially as you see Scar and Gray alone on the right side. Even though they're all picked off, Funny was able to keep the paint on the board, get the jump on Obito. You know, a splash can outpaint a range blaster very easily, but they got picked in the end. But that's really what we saw.
Yeah, we saw so much like moves, and right there, One Tap You Lost showing that they were able to win these fights onto Rogue, to push Rogue away, to punish Rogue being a bit too aggro sometimes, a bit too on the side. And as you said, Toddy being constantly on the side of Rogue with that 52 gal, forcing them to look to the side, forcing them to look back. And the power of a good gal on both sides, we have monster players on these 52 gals, showing really what you can do when you're behind enemy lines, forcing the opponent. And it's going to be decided by these kinds of players, or really the time that the opponent is not painting the zone is good for you. And we're going to go to a double zones, but we don't see that often. It's going to be Undertow Spillway.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how these teams play on Undertow, especially with the recent renovations that we've had to the map. We might see a lot more, you know, flanking with that little alcove under snipe, and seeing the comps coming out here. Again, we've gone so far into this tournament that we're only going to be seeing a little change, as Obito is going to be going towards the vanilla 52 here.
Yeah, it's going to be Vanilla 52 and an end zap for Promano right there. Rogue really changing the way they do things. No backline, but right now 3 down. It's just Promano with the zap, trying to stay alive, trying to wait for the rest of the team with the tactical, but all of one tap you lost. Know where they were. Are getting in, trying to get in the fight. Fanta is getting one, is going to get punished for it. Rogue is back in the game, but they lost a lot of points. Oh wait, Funny!
Funny is still in this right now, getting one, but they're going to get picked off. But that was so much of one tap you lost on that cooler location that it got him halfway through their pointers right now. Fantar on this right side trying to pick off Promino. Promino just staying back a little bit, just trying to paint. Triple ink strikes coming out. One tap you lost is just aggressing right now, but with 2 down, this might be the chance for Rogue to get back in there. Scar coming in on this right zone, trying to get the picks, but jumping out, trying to keep life for a little bit longer. And the zone is finally in favor of Rogue as Obito is coming in here, getting the trade on Fantar as they wanted, getting the picks. That's Toddy going to be going down. This might be a reverse with Rogue in control right now, but with Gray going down, it's going to be a little bit harder. Funny trying to come in from up top on Obito, not going to be finding the pick and going to be picked off by Promino instead. Rogue wants to take control, and of course that Vanilla 52 is going to help a lot on a map as narrow as this. The splash wall plus the 2-shot is so powerful, and we're seeing so many members of One Tap pretty much backed up as Obito is going to be wondering, do I go on this uninkable? Not 1-2 as 2 are down. They're going to be getting the flank on Funny, trying to get this sniper. They're going to be able to get the pick. That's 3 down. It's almost the zone back in favor of Rogue as they're going to be able to take the lead. Obito taking them to school right now, but they're going to be finally taken out by that crab tank.
One tap you lost, getting back in there. They conceded the lead, but they're finally back in control and putting themselves there. And we've seen both of these teams get huge control, so we can expect Rogue. They know they need to take their time. They know they need to a very, very good push if they want to go forward. And right now, One Tap is under there, trying to harass, trying to get the splats. Proma is jumping down, getting 1, getting 2, and painting the zones. Rogue is going to apply that penalty, get back in control, and push One Tap away.
That is beautiful, Pat, coming out from Promino there. Zap can be a really strong Slayer when it needs to be. Getting Obito in, trying to get the picks on Fantar and the rest of One Tap right now. Not going to be able to finding anything, but going to be able to keep him back with this killer whale. Trying to get in there, but can Fantar connect that slosh? Trying to get Obito. They're backed up in a corner right now. 2-on-1. Obito's going to be going down. The triple H strikes coming out here. 2 down on Rogue. This could be One Tap's chance to try to get in there. Bunny with the crab tank trying to get the picks on Gray. Greg, though, going to be going from behind. They're still living right now. Yes, they're going to be going down. 2 down right now on Rogue, Pat, as One Tap you lost is finally going to be getting their zone back in control. But with just 1 minute and a half left on the clock, they need to shred these penalties as much as possible right now. And with Rogue coming back in with the pain, even this triple ink strike is not able to stop Gray, as they're going to be able to take out the Snipe Rider before Funny is able to take him out too.
And right now, Rogue, just like that, takes back that control, applies that penalty, keeps that lead. And with a minute and a peanuts left, One Tap you lost needs a big push. Funny getting the trade onto Gray right now, but you don't want to trade. You want to be able to push to keep your players on the map. Rogue is keeping the zone right now. Cooler is active for One Tap, and Fanta is going to get punished for this strikes. 2 down onto One Tap. Rogue is still in control. They almost have no penalty left.
It's a 2v2 right now. 2v2 in 30 seconds. Promino going to be going down. It is just Obito on his zone, left alive, trying to make something happen here. They have the killer whale going up against the opponent's killer whale right now. So much is happening. Fantar's going to be going down to a bomb last second as Funny has their crab tank on the map pad. keeping back the members of Rogue, getting the pick on Gray as Obito is stuck on a wall right now with so much orange paint around them. Funny going to be coming in from the right alongside Vantar coming from up top. Even though they're going to get picked off, that was really solid as they just try to get the zone right now. They're not going to be able to, as Funny is going to be picked off there. Such a pivotal moment with barely any overtime. Rogue is going to be able to lock it down and take Undertow Spillway in their favor.
Yeah, with the lead, Alliance Rogue, all they needed was to deny that zone. Deny in neutral is all you need to delay the overtime and win this. But this was so close, so back and forth between these two teams, showing that this winners finals is going to go the distance. I mean, both teams were in danger during that game. One tap you lost opened incredibly strong, almost getting a wipe onto Rogue, and then snowballing everything, getting like 60 points onto Rogue, and then Rogue getting back in there, getting splat after splat after splat, Obito popping off right there. And from then on, it was about Rogue keeping that lead going, making sure that they would apply penalty whenever they needed. And Promedo showing again that yes, Venzap is a support, but in the right hands, that support at any time can become a slayer and ruin your day.
Yeah, no, especially with the cooler buffs and those recent buffs we had to Enzap, it could become a monster when it wants to slay. As Promino was showing just how much power it had, but with so much back and forth now, we're still in these winter finals here as we're going to be going up to Ship-Shape Cargo Co., which is definitely going to be a lot more of a fight-heavy map, even though we saw so many fights on Undertow. I can imagine the snipes and some of the fight clubs down there are going to be absolutely monstrous, especially with how both of their 52s are playing right now.
Oh yeah, for sure. These 52s are going to have a field day. We're back to a much more open map, a bit more flat map, so we'll probably see things that, like we saw in Mahi Mahi, on a bit more range, a bit more like team fights on the flat ground, and probably the pencil's going to go back from Rogue.
Oh, yeah. They're probably going to want to go back to Pencil. You know, Undertow's way more of a short-range map. Yet, we're seeing the Pencil coming back out. Obito going back on the Deco. But we're seeing Toddy still on their Vanilla 52. Both teams going back to more of their usual comps. They're tried and true, not really Undertow specializing.
Yep, and here we go back to the opening. Toddy is trying to get beyond the zone. He's going to get Scar right there, and all of One Tap is getting in, getting splat after splat and pushing all of Rogue away. Point for One Tap. They have control over the zone, NM.
Yeah, they have solid control right now. All this map is looking blue as Rogue is trying to find a way in. We're seeing the range and Scar up on the top right, trying to get some paint in there. Triple ink strikes are coming in. This could give them a chance to start fighting. But with a counter triple ink strike, that's not going to prove good, as Gray is going to be going down to Phantom right now as they're just pushing in with these crab tank shots from Funny. Going to be able to get so many picks on the board, and that's already halfway down in terms of pointage. And for One Tap, as Rogue is only just starting to get back into their base here, trying to get the paint, but not going to be able to, as Fantar is still in their fight club. Going to be able to get the pick on Gray there. That was so good. As Promino is coming in, trying to help their teammates, but it's not going to be doing well. As Funny is just going to be making a beeline towards them, but they're getting in the jumps. Gray is going to be picked off. Scar's trying to make something work, going to be able to get one, and that's going to be all of the picks. And just like that, a walkout happens, and One Tap took that game with no sweat.
Every game Rogue wins, One Tap just answers so strong. What a game! Everything went their way, and Rogue had no answer. Rogue didn't know what to do, didn't know how to push on this map, didn't know how to stop what One Tap was doing, and Fantar just dancing under the ledge. Funny getting this extra pick onto Gray and forcing what's left of Rogue to just jump into their death. That was just dominance right there. Like, if you show me that game, I do not believe the rest of the set happened. Because that was only One Tap you lost.
Yeah, Pat, especially I think we gotta owe it to that Fantar funny combo. We
Mhm.
saw that like Fantar never left that fight club on left. They were
Yeah.
constantly picking off Gray or Scar, pushing in on the snipe rider, trying to put lob shots on them. And if they weren't able to get the pick alone, the crab tank coming from Funny or some burst bomb combo with Splash was able to finish the job. That was really good coming out from both of those members as they were able to pretty much push all the way into the literal spawn of Rogue as we're now getting into map like Humpback Pump Track. This is definitely a map we're going to be seeing a lot of triple ink strikes fly. We're going to be seeing a lot of specials coming out from both sides. If you remember Splatoon 2, I'm so happy that Tenet Missiles is not good in this meta, but triple ink strikes is another story.
Yeah, and it's such a chaotic map where you can constantly go on the opponent's street, flank to the left, flank to the right. The width of a map allows you to have so many different plays. Right there, it's about getting that ground. There's going to be a lot of space, and again, lots of space to prepare these strikes and throw the strikes at the zone to flip it any second. I mean, as a showdown map, that has to be scary because anything can happen on Humpback.
Oh yeah, no, anything can happen. I imagine these sloshers and especially the 52s are going to be going absolutely crazy with, especially with like a short range AoE map like this. It is going to be a monster for this winter finals tiebreaker we got going on right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, here we go. The only change I think is Promano getting back to the zap. The rest is locked into their weapons. It's all about the players. All 8 of these players are so good, and that's already a pick onto Toadie. And Rogue getting chewed down onto one tap. That's a huge opening. They're going to get the zone, and they're going to get lots of control. And look at that, Obito already running in with the curling bomb, trying to go for a fight.
Yeah, Obito's already in their spawn trying to, and gets the pick on Fantar.
Yeah.
Trying to make something more happen here, Pat, as they're just trying to push in with their screen. To be able to trade with Funny alone there. That is going to be really, really strong for them. As it's just Fantar and Sko left on the plat here, trying to get some paint. Funny trying to push in. They have their crowd ticket at the ready, but Obito is already back trying to make something happen. Dropping down, but we're already seeing what Obito's trying to do. Get in their spawn as much as possible with no hesitation. And with 2/3 of the score down, Fantar is going for a beeline, but it's going to get punished because of that. As you just Toddy down there, trying to go on that snipe on right, not going to be able to find anything as Obito is still in their spawn, trying to distract the members of One Tap You Lost, but is going to get punished because of that. With just few seconds left on the board, they're trying to get the paint, but it's not going to be able to, as Rogue is going to be answering back to that ship-shape game. Obito staying in their spawn, literally pitching up a 10 and taking the set, winning the winners finals for Rogue. Gonna be waiting for Grand's finals now.
I mean, Rogue were pissed. Rogue didn't like the previous game, and they wanted revenge. And revenge they got. Just Obito getting in and never getting out of there, being an absolute nuisance, using that screen perfectly to just maintain that pressure, maintain that threat, and getting back in there just for extra splats, for extra threats. Rogue just dominating that game, getting into grand finals, but One Tap You Lost. I mean, they were able to do that to Rogue just one game ago. They were not that far behind. They will be in losers finals. We will see that after, but first, NM, I think we have to see a bit of the losers bracket, which is a bit behind.
Yeah, we're going to be having to see a bit of the losers bracket coming on here right now. We do have round 6 starting to get some matches in. Well, now it's round 7 starting to get some matches in, as we're going to be waiting on both of those. So we're going to be casting one of them. But either way, we're definitely going to be seeing the semis and the finals from losers bracket here tonight. But either way, that was really good coming out from both teams. I especially want to point out how Obito was the only one to push up into their plat. It was only Obito going up there. That was beautiful, just seeing only Obito taking on a 1v4 and somehow getting so many people off because of it. That was beautiful.
Yeah, that's like having the confidence to do that and the skills to pull it off is pretty much the definition of Obito. Really getting in, getting these plats, and using all the tools in his arsenal to do that. I mean, the curling to just get back in incredibly fast, the screen to delay to make sure that the opponent doesn't know where to shoot, doesn't know what to expect, and then the gal to just seal the deal, get the splats. And yeah, you only need one player to do that while the rest of the team just cleans up on the side, make sure that everything is going smoothly. And I think we're going to go and watch a game right away, Risorgimento versus Celeste. So we're going to have a very short break as we get in the lobby.
and Zelkofin Architect is
Oh.
not really going to leave.
I think are we on? Okay, we're on. You can hear us now. Chat, can you hear us?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We're live.
Perfect. Perfect.
So we're gonna watch Celeste versus Risorgimento, two great teams, and I mean these two teams have been doing incredibly strong in this tournament. They were put down by the teams that were in winners finals. That were the only two teams that were able to put them here in losers. So I mean, the team that's able to get that win can brag about it, honestly, because all of these players are so good.
Yeah, I know these players are showing they're very strong. We did see a little of Risorgimento just a bit earlier. I imagine, as I was saying before, the junior Tri-Slosher, Splash, and Zekofin comp not going to be going away, as most of these players are one-tricks and are known for these specific weapons. So I imagine they're going to be wanting to stay on these, as we're now just about to get into the map. This is the start of Losers Round 7. Going to be going on Splat Zone's Crab Leg. Now we're going to be able to see the comps to see what these teams are going to be bringing into the table. Now that they know that this is their last chance. If they lose any of these sets, they are gone.
Yep, and here we go. I mean, you called it on the side of Risorgimento, pretty much all one tricks. On the side of Celeste, we see another Zekofin coming in. We're going to see a Zekofin duel. We don't see that often, and it looks like Risorgimento are in difficulty. Risorgimento in yellow brownie, and Celeste are in control right now.
Yeah, Celeste taking an early lead here, as Cam is just going to be trying to get some lob shots off the ledge as Punchy. They know that somebody's down there, going to be able to get the lob shot pick on that Zekofin, as Mickey's trying to get the pick on them alongside Cam, trying to push in on Punchy. Not going to be able to find it, though, as Cam is going to be opting to back out, as the triple ink strikes are going to be flying in from that Zekofin. Tiddly punching in Aloha all on the left side, trying to get the picks that they need. Mickey pushing in on Tiddly there, trying to space it out, though. They know how much of Battle Junior they can be. Trying not to get picked off to that, but Risorgimento is not getting the paint they need right now, even with Aloha coming out here. It's only just two left alive. It's just the Zekofin here. All of the aggressors down. It's just 20 points left on the board. Jay leaving it back here, but they gotta go soon. This triple ink strike has got to put in the work.
Oh, but the strikes is punished. Oh, nothing happens, and Celeste stays in control of the zone right there. That's game number 1 for Celeste, and Celeste showing, I mean, why they are seed number 5 right there.
They showed right away how much they like to push up. They kept pushing the members of Risorgimento into a corner, not picking them off, but leaving them with just enough to back them out a little bit, keep their distraction up, make sure they weren't able to get in. And that's what we saw. A lot of bubbles were just used from Tiddly just to get their teammates into mid. Let's try to make sure that they got that zone. And the tri-strike, especially at the end there, just kept getting punished. The members of Celeste are here to play tonight as we're going on to Robo Ramen. We're probably going to be seeing these comps today. Again, it's so late into the tournament. I don't imagine anybody really wants to change, except if we see something like an Undertow or a Flounder or something like that. Something that where it's like, okay, this map kind of warrants these weapon changes, so we're going to do that. I don't really see anything changing here, as at this point, it's a test of skill, and Risorgimento wants to make sure that they get this win here, because if they lose here, it's wraps.
Yes, and this is best of 3. We are in losers bracket. It's do or die. If Risorgimento loses that game, they go home. It's the end of the weekend for them. Celeste, all they need to do is lock in one more game, and here we go. It's time to fight, and Risorgimento, it's last chance for them. They need to get the upper hand on Celeste, and they need to get it now.
Yeah, no, they need to get it out. Seeing the comps flying out here. We're seeing Cam going from the Neo Machine to a Slosher. Phoenix staying on that splatter shot. And, of course, Risorgimento keeping to their comp. As always, they know this thing works, and they're going to keep pushing it more and more until it sticks.
Yeah, and Nosaka switching to the pencil right now. Keeping the same range as the Zekofin, but having these coolers. But right now, Risorgimento getting the control of the map. Titally is going to be punished by Phoenix, but that's just a trade because of Punchy. Right now, both teams just fighting around the zone. Celeste able to neutralize, but not enough to apply penalty. Risorgimento staying in control of the zone. Oh, well, they were.
Yeah, we gotta realize that Celeste does have the trilogy of really solid weapons, Slosher, Shot, and Sniper, what we see so much. And we're gonna be seeing once again why it works on one map like this, as Sokka is gonna be taken out by Lob Shot from Punchy. 2 down here as Punchy is keeping the aggression. Cam in the corner gonna be able to take out Tadley, but Punchy is going to be taking quick work as them.
Yeah, and right now Celeste stays in control of the zone. They were not able to score much, but right now they are all around the zone, keeping it. The strikes are traded right there, not finding much. The zone is staying green. Celeste is pushing all of Risorgimento away, and with the bubble, I mean, Risorgimento is able to stay there, at least apply some paint onto the zone, and with 2 down on each side, Celeste is not able to... Oh, wait! Okay. It's just Jay for Risorgimento, and Jay has to move back. Celeste stays in control, and they don't have that much penalty, so they're going to be able to extend their lead pretty soon.
Yeah, they're going to be able to extend their lead here. Risorgimento trying to get back in, able to get the zone for at least a little longer, but they're 2 down right now, and one of them is dedicated to being an inkjet that is not going to provide some nice painting power, as Punchy is going to be jumping back as the members of Celeste are now trying to set up. Mickey going down, though, immediately, even with the Zuka taking down 2. That's going to be really solid coming out from Phoenix, as they're going to be able to push up onto this crab, the only one left alive for Risorgimento here. We're seeing Phoenix trying to come in from up top, trying to play late though, making sure they don't get rolled over by this mecha machine here, as the Punchy trying to go onto the top right. They're trying to get something here, but Celeste have so much paint, and the members of Risorgimento, they have to get something to get them back in, but this triple ink strike might be the thing to do it. No, as paint is going to still be in favor of Celeste. Crab Tank trying to make something work, trying to put Cam on the back foot here. Not going to be able to, as Cam is still in it to win it. Able to take Tittley down to the ground. Trying to get the pick on Punchy here, but Punchy's going to punch him right back. Get a triple there. That's going to be really good for them, as Jay's just going to be doing that. Punchy going to be getting the jump pick. They're going straight in there, and they're almost at a Crab Tank right now. This could be really, really good for Risorgimento, as that snipe on Phoenix is just going to concern them even more.
Punchy flipped that game around, and now Risorgimento using all that momentum, using that position to really take control of the game. All they need to do is hold a little bit longer. Mickey is trying to get in, but there's a bubbler on the zone right now. But oh! What a way to get in! A wipeout by Celeste. Celeste gives that lead. And now Risorgimento back to the drawing board. They need to get back in.
Yeah, no, they need to find a way back in right now, especially with Phoenix taking Tittley out. It's not going to be looking good for Risorgimento. Punchy's trying to get this pick on Phoenix. They see them there, not going to be able to find it. Triple ink strike going to be coming out from Jay, trying to get the paint on the board. Not going to be able to, but Punchy is trying to make a flank, but Pam is going to be shutting them down. Coolers on the board for Celeste, as they're going to be running in here with single digits left on the board. We're seeing Tittley putting their bubble on there, trying to get the paint, trying to get it at last control, but no. It is going to be Celeste taking that second game and taking this set, knocking Risorgimento out of the tournament. Really good coming out, though, from Risorgimento, especially from Punchy there, as we saw them flip that game around for a little bit.
Yeah, Risorgimento able to get back in, but just a little bit not coordinated enough, a little bit too late, a little bit too slow. Celeste just outpacing them, outslaying them, and getting more points, keeping the zone, keeping that control outside of that absolute pop-off by Punchy right there that allowed all of Risorgimento to take control of the zone, to go forward, to initiate a lockdown. It was all Celeste, and here you see Punchy just getting the final splat of that pop-off, but like that was not enough. Once Celeste was back into play, Celeste had the game.
Yeah, no, they had the game there. Once they were able to get back in and push the members of Risorgimento out, they were able to make sure that they had Cooler up there too and just kept pushing. And with that, Celeste is going to be your winners of this round. Great job, though, to Risorgimento, as Celeste is going to be moving on to losers semis, which we'll be watching in just a little bit, as they're going to be facing off against Seed 1, Floppot, which consists of Q, Jared, Zero, and Goss. They were put into here in the losers bracket from one tap. You lost. So we're going to be seeing if Floppot is going to be making a comeback, a little bit of a vengeance streak, and try to make their way to grand finals, or if Celeste are going to be the ones to take out the top seed. Don't go anywhere, as we got an exciting match coming up in just a little bit.
And welcome back. We are now in losers semifinals of In the Zones. There's not that many teams left. There's only the cream of the crop, the top of the stack. It's Floppot versus Celeste. We just saw Celeste dominate losers squad as NM, and now they're going against Floppot. Floppot having what can we say about Floppot other than Q, Zero, Goss, and Jared?
Yeah, no, really strong members from all across the North American scene. Two of them being world champions just this past month. In the losers bracket right now, courtesy of One Tap You Lost, very, very close set, as I do have to say so myself from watching it. But we're going to be seeing if Floppot is going to be able to keep a hold on the tournament, going to be trying to get back to the grand finals as they want to get that win, trying to go up against Celeste, trying to shut them down. But can Celeste be the ones to make their name for themselves and shut down Floppot in loser semi? That's good. That's the big question.
Yeah, and it's extra dangerous because we're still in best of 3 and we're going to start on Umami. Let's see what these teams are bringing. Jared is coming in with a squeezer. I don't think we've seen a squeezer so far in this tournament.
Yeah, no. Especially with the recent nerfs it had, it has fallen down so much compared to the other two, like Trizuka midlines, that you don't see it as much, and you don't really consider it as much either with the 220p. But we're going to be seeing Jared come out with it. And on the other side with Celeste, we're seeing the comp that they stuck with in Robo Robin, and we're seeing these Zukas flying out, able to take out 2 on Floppot, getting an early lead out for them if they're going to be able to paint the zone. Phoenix is going to be able to take out Jared. It's just Zero in the corner, punishing Phoenix, as Zero is going to be using their screen to try to push in. Curling bombs going all around on this zone right here, trying to get the pick on Cam and Yu, but it's going to be playing back a little bit, just trying to paint for the zone as Jared is setting up on this right side. With the strikes flying out though, it's leaving Jared in a bit of a weak spot, but this Zuka is trying to make something from it.
And right now it's 2 versus 2. Goss able to get 1 though, pushing Celeste away. That's zones for Floppot. Floppot are going to be able to make some points now, and they're all around Celeste, trying to delay Celeste, getting in. Celeste able to get to the zone though. Phoenix getting 1, getting 2. Getting punished by that Zuka. Penalty is not applied yet because it's double zones, and right now Floppot looking to just keep it a bit longer, but Celeste are in there looking for a fight. Oh wait, teams are not able to get yet. Floppot is still making a few more points.
Yeah, they're still making a few more points here, trying to keep it as long as possible, trying to shut out Celeste, as we're seeing Zero going all the way in here with Jared. Jared getting picked off, Phoenix getting punished, trying to get the pick on Cam, able to get it. Zero pushing it more and more, getting the paint on the board, getting it down to 50, Mickey going down before they can even leave their spawn. Same thing with Phoenix. These Trizukas are going crazy from Goss and Jared today, as Goss is going all the way in, getting the pick on Cam, setting them up on Snipe right now. Jared coming in with this Trizuka too, but Mickey is going to be able to punish them because of that, leaving them in a corner, but the coolers are coming out for Floppot here. Killer Whale coming out. They know where Zero is. Can they get that pick? They're able to leave the zone in contention, but Q is able to hold down Mickey before getting picked off themselves. Jared gonna be able to get the pick. It's just Mickey left here trying to get something, but it's about to no. They don't fall off. They're going to be getting the picks here, but they're going to be able to not paint the zone as Goss is trying to push it, trying to pinch them with their teammates. Mickey is still in the corner, trying to get out, but is punished by Goss. And with 3 seconds left on the clock, they're trying to put into congestion, but no. Floppot is able to take the first game in such a scary game, too.
Floppot, they were pushed away. They were outnumbered. Celeste at some point had all 4 players trying to paint the zones, but Floppot did not receive any penalty. They didn't care. They got pushed away. They kept the zone for themselves. What incredible objective awareness and control by Floppot. Just being able to go back and forth, but still keeping the zone your way, not getting penalty. That was huge. I mean, that's what you can do when you have double zone NM. But Floppot here making a statement that what they can do, why they are number 1, why they are so good.
Yeah, no, they are really showing the audience today why they're so good and what they're coming here to do. All the Zukas flying around, and both Goss and Zero just absolutely pushing into the opponents. At one point there, the Zukas kept shutting them down, and Goss was literally in their snipe, making sure they could not get out of spawn. That was really beautiful coming out from Floppot, but we're going to be seeing if they're going to be able to keep up that momentum in Hagglefish, or if Celeste is going to leave them a little bit scared. It's going to be starting to push up, but either way, we're getting into Celeste's scary point. If Celeste loses this, they're gone.
Yep. But they need to win on this one. This one is a bit simpler. You don't have that big chunk in the middle. You don't have a double zone. It's Umami, just simpler. And at least Celeste should be able to apply penalty onto Floppot, because Celeste, they were able to get the pushes. They were able to paint the zones. It's just Floppot a bit ahead of them in their head, painting where they were not. And right now, let's see if Celeste is able to get that comeback.
Yep, seeing the comps coming out here, Floppot is sticking to their tried and true. Meanwhile, Celeste is going to be doing the same thing. We're in loser semis. The teams are not going to be switching their comps, as we're going to be seeing them trying to paint for some early specials coming out here. We're seeing Mickey and Cam trying to push in on this right. I feel like the triple ink strikes and the slosher coming out from Cam is just going to be very, very useful on a map like this, alongside all the Zukas that we're going to be seeing flying around. 2Pat already taking out 0, and Goss from Phoenix all the way from the start, as Celeste is going to be coming in with an early lead. Cam trying to get the pick on Jared in the corner, going to be able to finish them off, leaving just 0 and Goss on this canopy, trying to get the Zuka pick on the Snipe Rider, as they do.
Yeah, and right now it's back and forth. It's still the fight, but Celeste staying in control of that zone, keeping that control is so good. 0 though, throwing the screen onto the zone, allowing all of the team to paint. The strikes are going to disperse them though. Both teams just fighting it out all around the zone, which is neutral. The shoot down onto Floppot. Celeste are able to stay there, but wait, how did Floppot split the zone with 2 players down?
No, but Floppot, they're trying to push in here. They're able to take the zone. There we go, getting the penalty out of the way. And here comes so many Zuka shots flying out here from Jared. Goss going to be shut down, but Cam is going to be picked off in return. But Mickey is going to be able to combo with their killer whale, taking 0 out. But they're going to be able to take the zone in their favor. Celeste getting it down more and more here, as they're trying to find a way to push up on Goss. Going to be able to get a trade from them, but they're going to be 2 down right now, as Q is trying to pick off Mickey. Going to be finally able to find it, as Yu has got it back up from Jerry. They're pushing all the way to the front, trying to get everything they can. Cam getting picked off. We're seeing the Zukas flying out from Celeste. 0 coming in from the right, getting the picks, trying to push forward. We're seeing this early bomb trying to make something here, but even though they're going to be able to squid roll, they're going to be picked off, and it's just Jared left alive in the corner here, and that is a wipeout on Floppot, as Celeste is going to be getting the paint. They have the advantage right now, and they have the cooler and the jump coming in onto you. Cam and Phoenix going to be able to get back in there. Easy split, trying to get the push up on them again on their platform. With all the members of Floppot alive and trying to get the picks on them, that is going to be rough to do. But with Goss going down and 0 going down alongside them, that might be something they're able to do, as Q is going to be able to get the paint pad, but not enough to take that zone. But with 2 down on Celeste, it's looking really good for Floppot to try to take something back. But can the Zuka say something about it? No, it cannot.
Right now, both teams still fighting above that zone. Floppot able to paint, able to get in, but they're not able to get ahead of the zone, not able to push Celeste away yet. Celeste are still around there. Floppot gets a bit of breathing, but they need to make a few more points if they want that lead. We're only 2 minutes left in this game. It's been such a slow scoring game so far. 4 ticks left, and Celeste able to neutralize the zone right there, but Floppot gets it back, gets that lead by a hair, and Celeste just a split second too late.
That was so good for Floppot, but Celeste still has control. Even with 2 down, they're able to take out Jared and are trying to make it work. Q going down 2, but 0 is trying to push in on the offensive with these Zuka shots coming out from Goss. So many people and Celeste are going down here, but Yu is able to hold it down. Still in neutral here as the Zuka shots are flying out yet again. Celeste on the back pedal right now, as Floppot has the zone in control, getting a penalty onto Celeste, as the triple ink strikes are flying up, not to get the zone, but to get the members of Floppot out of there. We need to see a flank or something coming out Celeste if they want something here, but that Stuka shot onto Goss might be the answer they need as Phoenix is looking on this left side. They know somebody's there, and there they are. Zero going to go down. The zone is still contested. Gonna finally go to Celeste here as Q and Goss are trying to make their way in. Cam on the bottom right. Q able to get the paint onto the zone, leaving it in congestion. But again, Celeste is still there. They need to get Celeste out of mid as it's so close to them taking the lead, as they're going to be able to take the lead last second, but there's two Zukas out right now. Jared trying to get the pick, two down on Celeste. At Zero is pushing in, but they're going to get picked off by the Zuka shot, but it's Goss still alive in there as they're going to get picked off too. 20 seconds left on the board, Pat. Not looking good as Jared is going to be able to pick off Cam. 2, 3 down. Jared is going on an absolute murder spree. They're going to be able to get the paint. They know where Mickey is. Mickey's trying to make a flank from behind. Are they going to be able to let their team in there? No. As Zero is going to shut them down, and that is going to be so close right now. Phoenix trying to shut them down. The triple H getting it in congestion. Can they get the win? No, they can't. No, they can't! As Floppot, even with all of that, even with the overtime, even with the triple ink strikes, even with the Zuka shots, were able to keep it on lock and make sure they did not flop, moving on to losers finals.
And that's how close as it gets. These two teams were so evenly matched on Hagglefish, but Floppot able to snatch victory by a hair, by nothing, by a single droplet of ink. What a game, NM! But that means Floppot advances and Celeste, well, they can go home. They can be pretty proud of what they did, but it's the end of a tournament for them.
Yeah, no, they did really good coming out from there. We saw just how strong Celeste was in this losers bracket, but in the end, Floppot was able to come out on top and is going to be going to losers finals. But that was still a really exciting set. Chat, you heard how my voice got near the end there. You heard how exciting it got. I was running out of breath there as I just kept going on and on. But either way, Floppot is going to be moving on to fight the very team that put them in the losers bracket just after this break. One tap you lost. Are they going to be able to get revenge on them for putting them and making them flop in winners, or are they going to come back and go to grands? Either way, you're going to find out just after this break. So make sure you're still in the zone as we're going to be right back.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
And welcome back to In the Zone. This is now time for losers finals. We are now in the top 3 and we have a great game to show you. It's going to be Floppot, seed number 1 versus the team that put them in losers bracket. One tap, you lost. These two teams have shown us how fast they can go, how hard they can fight. And we are going to start on to Crab Leg Capital. And yeah, very great wide map with lots of grades. The pencils are going to be key.
They're going to be very strong here. I mean, we have seen what both of these teams are bringing to the table tonight. We've seen the Fantar Funny combo. We've seen the amount of Zukas and firepower that Floppot have in store. We're going to be seeing which one is going to be stronger as they're going to be coming into the game 1 here. Floppot has so much at stake. They want to make sure that they do not flop in losers final here and come back on top, as we're going to be seeing the comps coming out here. Pat, we're going to be seeing on the side of Floppot, they're going to be sticking to their tried and true. Meanwhile, with Celeste, we're going to be seeing a splash coming out, of course, from Funny. Meanwhile, everything else is pretty much consistent as always.
Yep, and here we go. Let's see how it starts. It looks like one tap you lost is already on the zone, trying to paint it, trying to get something. But Crab Tank deployed on top of these grades are going to give all of one tap a lot of room, a lot of space. And right now the zone is for them, but the screen being deployed right will allow Floppot to just try to get a lot, but they're able to get in, but shoot down on each side. It's just an all-out brawl. Trade is left and right, but Goss able to get 2 on the side is going to give the zone to Floppot.
Yeah, now Floppot is going to be able to take control right now, and even with Toddy putting out this killer whale, they're going to be holding on, as Toddy is trying to come from this left side here, trying to see if they're going to be able to flank the members of Floppot as they take the lead. Going on the inside of the spider color screen, they are fighting with so much, but they're still alive in here. Trying to get the picks, but they're going to be able to get the trade on Goss and put the zone in neutral, at least for a little bit, before Floppot is able to take it back. Meanwhile, Sko up here trying to see if they're going to be able to get some paint on the board. They're so close to a cooler right now, which will help the members of One Tap get in, especially with that pick on 0, as they're going to be coming in, finally taking the zone and putting Floppot in a bit of a disadvantage, with Jared having no room left to breathe up top of there, as they're just trying to push up towards Jared, but it's not going to be able to find the space to do so.
Yeah, and Jared is still there with the Tacticular right now, looking to just get a bit more, and with the Zuka coming into action, Floppot should go forward now, trying to dislodge Funny, getting it, and stopping that. Oh! What a snipe! That's why you still want a Squeezer. That's why Squeezer is still good at Jared, showing us what they can do. It's a wipeout onto one tap and
and Jared is finally going to be going down from down below, but Goss is going to be able to find them with a stray suction bomb, able to avenge their fallen teammate, as Floppot is just going to be holding the zone. The members of One Tap are doing really well in terms of their fights, but they need a little bit more in order to get back in, and that pick on 0 might help out, even with Sko going down. Goss going down too. It's just 2 left alive, as the members of One Tap are getting in there, pushing Jared back more and more, even with that sprinkler coming out from Q. They're going to be able to finally take this zone, as Fantar is coming from this top left, trying to catch Jared by surprise, able to do so, trying to push into Toddy in the corner with that killer whale, able to help them out at least a little bit before Fantar is going to be going back, trying to get the pick on Q, not going to be able to, and at least pushing them back with that triple ink strike, but Floppot is now trying to push in. We're seeing Goss, they have their Tri-Zuka right now at the ready, both Zukas coming out here, trying to find anybody they can, not going to be able to get much, but they're going to be able to get 2 down on the opposing side. Toddy going to be going down, and it's just Funny left on the zone there, keeping it in neutral, but finally going to be going down to a trade with Q.
And right now, Floppot back in control, painting the surrounding orange. Jared in position right there with the wall, with the Squeezer, having so much of a threat, and making sure that One Tap cannot really move forward without having Jared to look to count for. All of One Tap though getting in, trying to get in. Toddy is jumping around, trying to get more and more, gets punished for it though. One tap not able to capture yet. And they need... Okay, they apply that penalty, but they have 2 players down and all of Floppot is around them. And right now Floppot looking to get back that control.
Yeah, they're trying to get it back. Floppot is going to be able to take it with just a minute left on the clock. One tap has got to find a way into the zone or it's going to be game over for Crableg. As we're seeing Sko almost at their cooler. They have it at the ready. This is the time for One Tap to push up with their specials. We're seeing that triple ink strike flying out from the slosher right here, but Zero is going to be shut down in return, but the Zuka is going to be able to counteract that as Jared is trying to keep the paint. Floppot trying to paint the zone right now, make sure One Tap is not able to get it, but with this crab tank coming out from Funny, that is going to be a hard task to do, but they're going to get picked off by Jared once again. The squeezer putting in the elbow grease, going to be able to push back the Sniper Rider, going behind the slosher, trying to get the click on them, and with that, Jared showed just how powerful the main weapon of Squeezer still is, going to be able to help their teammates take on game 1 and put Crableg in their favor.
What a game, especially by Jared, getting so many splats, so many good positions, and really reminding us why that weapon is so good, especially in the right hands. But that's just game number 1, and since we're in finals, in a final game, this is a best of 5, and we're going to see more. And these 2 teams have gone back and forth when they met each other on winner's side. I think it went to a game number 5 when they met. So, like, expect these 2 teams going the distance. Expect more games, expect more splats, because, I mean, anything could happen, and these teams have shown how back and forth they can be, how close they get, and what they have to bring out of the other team. What you have to do in order to win is give it your absolute all.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. You got to give it your absolute all, especially when you're in losers finals like this. You want to make sure you're absolutely locked in, you're in the zone, and you make sure you get those splats, you get that paint onto the zone, and you're able to help your teammates out with your specials. And that is exactly what we're seeing both of these teams trying to do right now, and I imagine we're going to be seeing that more and more, especially as we're going to a map like Eeltail. I imagine weapons like Squeezer and 52 are going to be feeling a lot more stronger on here.
It's such a dangerous map. It's such it can be so painful to play in there. You cannot let the opponent get onto your bridge. You cannot let the opponent push you back into your spawn, because getting out of your spawn is so hard on this map, especially with a map with a zone that is huge, that is so hard just to neutralize. You cannot get yourself get locked away, and if one team is able to push the other, if one team is able to wipe the other, that team pretty much has the game in the bag. But here we go, Jared bringing us the other Squeezer with the splatter color screen on the other side, no change in composition.
Yeah, Floppot definitely wants to keep that splatter color screen on the comp, especially seeing that what most likely caused that is that Zero wanted to go for the vanilla 52 with that splash ball and killer whale. It's going to be really strong, so keeping that screen is definitely going to help them out with this foil squeezer, as Floppot is able to take out 2 on One Tap already. The Zuka coming out from Goss, trying to see if they can find more, getting an early zone lead right now, as we're seeing Funny trying to come in from up top. Most of the members here have cooler right now and are just trying to stay back a little bit, make sure they don't get picked off by these stray specials. Funny though is going to be picked off by the shot there, as they're going to keep going further and further. Zero trying to combo with Jared. Jared going down, the killer whale coming out from Dottie here, but Zero is going on a full flank, trying to get something here. Are they going to be able to get that pick? They're definitely getting some distraction on Toddy up, as they're just going all the way around, able to get Zero. Zero's going all the way back, making sure they do not get picked off right now, but that is a really good push coming out from them. Able to take out this typewriter too before they get picked off themselves. But even with 2 left alive on Floppot, they are in a really solid spot right now. They are on the back step, especially with Toddy trying to push up on them. But a lead of 27 this early on is going to prove to be very, very beneficial for how they play the rest of this game.
And Zero getting in and forcing all of One Tap to look back, to have to handle that menace that Zero can be, really gave so much time to Floppot to score so many points, and Floppot back in control of the zone, back in there, cleaning up all around, and now they put their eyes back forward, and look at that, they're getting in, they're trying to get onto that bridge. Zero is going to get splatted by a bomb though. All of one tap can get back in, they're already on the wall, but there's not that much penalty left onto Floppot right there. This one tap needs to get in. Oh! And then shoot down.
This is really good for them right now. Able to get another on Funny. We're seeing Zero and Goss once again comboing with each other, trying to make sure that one tap can't get in at all. Zero pushing in is going to be punished because of it, but with just single digits, we can see Toddy absolutely rushing the zone. 1 point left, and that is going to be it. They were not able to get there fast enough, and Floppot is able to take the second game and put one tap in a very, very bad spot. They might be able to get revenge on them soon enough, as they only have one more game they need for sweet, sweet victory.
This is the map that snowballs, and this is Floppot showing us what they can do on this map once they have the control, once they're able to go forward, get a bit more, and Zero at the start of the game, just getting behind, knows that they are marked by the whale, but getting behind, getting back on the other side, getting a splat, and moving back again, just circling around the praise to get more and more, and right there in the end, trying to do the same thing, knowing that they don't even need the splat, they just need to keep some fights away from the zone long enough for Jackpot to just get that KO.
Yeah, the absolute mind games that both Zero and Goss, especially Zero, were putting on the members of One Tap definitely proved to come out on top in their victory. And that's what they're going to be trying to do from now on, especially on a map like Mincemeat. They're going to be wanting to play as many mind games with them as possible. And I imagine we're going to be seeing that Vanilla Squeezer come back out here, as we're going to be wanting as many Zookas to fly around this stage as possible.
Yeah, Zookas. The wall will still be there, especially, it will be on the Squeezer this time. This is a map that's pretty similar to Crableg, and Crableg was a bit closer. I'm pretty sure this is also the map that was game number 5 between One Tap and Floppot in in the previous set that they just played. So let's see if Floppot really learned what One Tap was able to do, and if they know how to stop, how to counter what was brought onto them into winners bracket.
Indeed, it seems I was wrong, as they're going to be sticking to their comp, sticking with that Boiled Squeezer Vanilla 52 on the side of Floppot. Meanwhile, One Tap already off to a good start, getting the pick on Zero from the get-go. Vantar going to be jumping back out, and here come the cooler out for the members of One Tap trying to push in. We're seeing Funny being looked at by Goss from the Zuka, but is going to be able to stay alive for a little bit, trying to get the pick on them, able to get some crap shots onto them, but not going to be able to finish them off, as Goss is still alive, trying to get the pick on Funny, but they're going to be jumping out in the end. But Floppot has so much control that the members of One Tap keep having to distract themselves with Zero in their base, and Goss trying to push up in ahead. But this is finally the chance for One Tap to take control of the zone, put Floppot in a bit of a bad situation.
Yeah, but now One Tap with the crab tank are looking to just shoot down onto them. Floppot answering so strong. And right now Floppot not wasting any time, back with control of the zone, back in the van, Gods just dancing, dodging everything. One tap, able to get shoot down onto Floppot, able to get the zone back, able to put themselves in position, but they need to make the best of that crab tank this time. And Jared just flanking with the Squeezer, ending the crab, getting the splat, and has the screen ready this time. That's going to be Floppot pushing forward again.
Yep, that's going to be in Floppot's favor, as they're going to be pushing more and more. Even if One Tap has the lead, they want to make sure it's not going to be for long. Even in Fantar in the corner, Goss is going to be able to shut them down. Going to be able to get the bomb pick on the 52 there before Zero's taken out, as they're just pushing onto their plat, trying to get the pick on Fantar. Jared's going to back up though, preserve their life, as Goss is going to be sharking here, but the bomb is going to be able to shut them down as Toddy is going to be trying to push in once again. The triple ink strike coming in clutch, able to take the zone in their favor, able to pick out Jared with a bit of a trade. Floppot only have 2 left alive, trying to get jumps in from Q. The cooler is going to be coming out for them, but Bunny is trying to shut them down alongside Fantar. We see the Crab Tank absolutely watching all these members as Goss is going to be going down, Jared's going to be going down. Jared is going to be able to avenge both of their teammates here, but it's just Zero on the corner over there trying to use the killer whale to get them in, but the bomb is going to shut them down as Fantar is going to be going in on the left, trying to get the pick on Q, who with 2 of their members left alive. Floppot is going to be able to take the zone pack and force Fantar out, with Toddy going on this left side, trying to be a bit of a distraction, but is going to be shut down because of it.
And right now, both teams are back into the fight, but Floppot, they managed to keep the lead off of that. One Tap was in such control, but Floppot able to get back in, and Jared right now, you have to move back, you have to move away. Respect what One Tap is doing. One Tap trying to deny the zone, but the clock is ticking for Floppot right now. Just 25 ticks left on it, and Floppot looking to get that KO, but One Tap painting as much as they can. They are able to get back in there, keeping the fight of the zone. But wait, Floppot, no penalty applied.
Oh, that's interesting. As they're getting it down to 8, I'm surprised that there was no penalty, though. As the fans is coming out from the sniper, they're single-handedly taking back the zone, putting the penalty onto Floppot, as Goss is going to be able to take out their flanker and take out Fantar, a 2v1, trying to take out Toddy, putting the bombs on the zone, trying to push up with Zero. Zero going for an absolute solo play, but is going to be punished because of it. But Toddy is in their backside on left, is going to be trying to push Goss out of any position they want to be in, but it's going to be taken down taken down by Goss. Goss is going absolutely crazy in here. Going to be punished though, as 2 of them are going to be going down. Fantar putting the strikes onto the snipe and onto the plat of Floppot, trying to push and able to shut down Jared because of it, trying to get more as the penalty is going to be done for One Tap. With 45 seconds left on the clock, this is going to be one of their last pushes to try to get past 5.
One Tap needs to keep that zone. They need to keep Floppot away. They get the splat onto Zero, but Funny falls down. Floppot, all they need to do right now is to paint that zone, but they have 10 ticks. Oh, they do it. Okay, they get it. That is huge for Floppot. One Tap needs to get back soon. They only have 20 seconds to get the head back in the game, and with such a huge penalty, they're going to need an overtime win right there. Floppot looking to end it all, but 2 players down. One Tap is in position. If they're able to defend that next attack, they could get this game, but we're in overtime now,
And Goss is coming for a flank right now. Is able to get the zone in congestion and take it. That is going to be Floppot taking that 3rd game very swiftly, even if it looked like it was not in their favor. It was so close at the end there, but Floppot was able to get their teammates together and push in, taking the set in a sweep, going to Grands and getting their revenge back in tow.
What a revenge. That's a 3-0. That is Floppot showing us, okay, you can beat us, but you cannot beat us twice. The second we know what you're doing, the second we realize how you beat us, we talk about it, and then you got nothing on us. It's Floppot really showing why they are the champs, why they are seed number 1 going into grand finals at them.
Now Floppot is going to be going into grand finals as they wanted, as they're going to be taking on the 2nd seed up there, which is going to be Rogue. That is going to be such an exciting match to watch. It's been a while since we've seen Rogue, but we know exactly what they can do with the Gray, Obito, and Scar triple combo. But with that, we're going to be going on a quick short break, so don't go anywhere, as grand finals are about to come up. Floppot versus Rogue. Who is going to be taking the crown of In the Zone 34? Don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in just a quick minute. Here we are, everybody, the grand finals of In the Zone 34. I am NM, joined by Pat here, as we're going to be seeing if Rogue, with the Obito, Gray, and Scar combo of the constant fighting, scrapping, and flanking, if they're going to be able to take the crown, or if Floppot, after flopping in the winner's bracket, is going to be able to finally come back and take the gold that they were so destined to get with the first seed. We're going to be seeing if they're going to be coming out to get the gold, either team, on Undertow Spillway to start. Of course, both of these teams and everybody here seems to really love the 52, so I imagine we're going to be seeing a lot of that, Pat, as we're going to be starting on this first game here.
And it's going to be a battle for the edges between NA and EU. These teams, I mean, we have 4 of 8 of the best players in each region, 4 of 8 of the best players in the seed, but here we go. Q is bringing the heavy edit
Wait.
to the battle, and okay, this is the map.
Last I checked, Promino was not part of Floppot, and Goss was not part of Rogue.
That's good observation.
Yeah, just a quick fix of the team comps, make sure that everybody's on the right team. But either way, we are definitely going to be seeing some nice stuff. Of course, the heavy edit we saw from Q there. I imagine we're not going to be seeing any snipers or chargers, and at least in this map, considering it's one of those maps where you want more short-range stuff that can really fight well. That's why we see a lot of 52s, and why Foil Squeezer was going to be picked by Jared there, so that they could have the option of vanilla 52 4-0.
Yeah, it's a feisty map. We saw that map in winners finals. It's a map with lots of fights where you can get the lockdown, because mid is so restrained. If you're able to get ahead of that hallway, you can guard the whole hallway and keep the 2 zones for yourselves. It's so tough to get back in there, and you want to be able to fight. You want to be able to get the splats. I think we have the team set up right this time, and by the way, you have to blame Jared. Jared is the host of the lobby. I'm outing him.
Yeah. Don't blame our precious brownie. Blame Jared.
But here we go. It's the right players in the teams, and yeah, it's still that. Q is bringing the heavy edit for this map. I love to see a heavy edit, and I'd love to see it work, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel like it's just a much stronger ends up that we have here, but either way, we're going to be seeing the teams coming out to fight here tonight.
Yep, and here comes the opening. Zoo Catch already getting a 1 for Floppot. Floppot is trying to get in, but Gray is answering, is punished though. It's just trades left and right around the zone. Right there, neither team able to really get the upper hand. As I said, that Floppot gets 2 down onto Rogue, and they move forward. They move on to there, cleaning up to the side. That zones for Floppot, but Rogue is already ready to answer.
Yeah, they're already ready here. Goss getting that insane snipe with their Trizuka on Promino there. Zero, though, goes down in return, and Gray is already pushing up on Q, getting the pick with this triple ink strike, and is trying to hunt down Jared like a rabid dog, trying to see if they can get him, but not going to be able to, but is still able to secure their zone for them and the rest of Rogue, as they still have the tactical buff, trying to push in, getting the trade on Jared. They're really solid, as Scar is trying to push up on Jared. 0 down 2. Of course, there's so much fighting going on. Q and Goss are trying to make sure that the other members can get back in. Trizuka trying to find Gray. 0 coming in, not gonna be able to find it. Scar getting this triple ink strike on 0, not getting the pick, but pushing them down just as much. And it's so close for Rogue to get the lead here. 2 down on the side of Floppot. They just need to paint a little bit more, and there is the lead going by just a hair to Rogue.
And it's not stopping. Rogue is making more and more points. No! Never mind! Jared getting in, and all of Floppot cleaning up, getting the wipeout, painting the whole map yellow. It's going to be so tough for Rogue to get back from that. They need to regroup, they need to repair the specials and get in strong. Promano already dropped, they have the tactical active, are looking to get the splat, and they already get Q. They're going to get back onto the zone. That's not even the lead for Floppot, and Rogue is already painting the zones and applying penalty.
Yeah, they're already doing really well in this front. Gray pushing up as per usual is going to be shut down by Jared there. They're going to be able to make them flop, and it's going to be 2 down now on Rogue. Scar trying to make something work, able to get 0 before they're picked off themselves, and Floppot is going to be able to take down the zone, take down Gray, as Promino and Obito are trying to get some type of position, but Obito is going to be taken out. So is Scar getting punished for that jump. Obito coming back in because of the cooler. Promino trying to protect their teammates, but is not able to protect them in time from Gauze Gray going down because of it, as Obito is trying to push up on Jared on the right here, but it's going to be taken out because of it, as them and Zero are pushing up on Scar, and Promino is on that top left with Scar right now. So much fighting going on, but Floppot has so much control, taking out Promino in return. Gray trying to get the pick on Q and onto Jared, as Jared is going to be continuing to mind their business on the zone, but it's 2 down right now for Floppot, as Gray is going in there trying to get the pick on Q. Are they able to get it? Gray's going to be able to back up in time and punish Gray in return. That was so bad on their part, as Zero's pushing up further. 2 down in 1 shot on Rogue. Gray tried to get back in. Scar tried to get the picks, but no, nothing was able to work. And Floppot just kept pushing up, just kept getting the picks, was able to get that first win.
And that was so impressive because Rogue were able to push Floppot away, but Floppot were able to wipe Rogue. Floppot, when they were going forward, they were getting so much more out of their push, using more resources out of Rob, forcing them to go back to spawn, and that was just game number 1, but that was just 1 map. These 2 teams have shown us they can fight left and right, and it's going to be decided by not much. Rogue was in the lead for most of that game, and Floppot able to just get back in there. That was so close, and I can't wait to watch more.
You know, I cannot wait to watch what these other maps are going to be doing to these teams, especially as we're going into a map as good as Mahi Mahi Resort. We have seen what Rogue was able to do on this map and how much they were able to fight, even when they were getting picked off and pushed off by one tap. Now they're coming back in and they're facing off against Floppot. We know what they want to do here, but is Floppot going to be able to counteract them with the comp and the strategies of their own that we have seen time and time again tonight? Or is Rogue going to pull through and get the victory?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Honestly, between these 2 teams, I have no idea what's going to happen. They're going so fast and so hard. Like it's going to be incredibly close, and neither team can blink because, especially on a map like Mahi, a team fight around the zone can go any way. There's so much space, so much coordination that can be gotten. It's all going to be decided by that 1 team fight, but by that 1 gal going behind the other team and getting the splats. Anything could happen, so keep your eyes peeled and don't look away.
Yeah, don't look away, as we're now getting into the second match here. Here we go, going on to Mahi Mahi Resort. We're going to be seeing what these teams are pulling out. It's grand finals. Again, I know I'm saying this a lot, but they're not going to be changing. We're seeing the same comps coming out from both Flop, and we're going to be seeing a little bit of a change up on Rogue, actually ditching the 52 gal in favor of the splatter shot.
Yeah, and the pencil is coming back as well for both teams. We could expect that coming, of course. Right now, Floppot getting the zone early. That's a few points for them, but the Suka is coming. And both teams are getting trades left and right. We're fighting all around, but 2 down on to Rogue right there. Floppot is in control, getting the zone, getting all of the map and looking to initiate that lockdown.
Yeah, they're looking to initiate it right now. They're looking to make sure that Rogue is not able to come out of the bars of their jail cell here, but the triple H strike might help them out a little bit. But Zero is still alive here. They see Greg coming up onto the snipe, trying to get the pick on them, dashing around. Going to be going for a trade as Obito is able to push in, getting the paint on the zone. But are they going to be able to take it with the constant paint coming up from Floppot? Yes, they are, as all the members are coolered up here, ready to rip and roll. As we're seeing Scar coming in on the right, getting the pick on the 52 as Gray is backing up Jumps flying out right crazy, but it's only Jared left on the zone alongside Q right now. Gonna be able to shut down both Gray and Obito. Can they shut down Scar in the corner there? Yes, they are. Getting them in a lockout once again as Gray is pushing back up with the range. Trying to see if they're going to be able to combo with anything. Get some nice blast in. No, they're not going to be able to in time for the water level to drop, as the map is going to be a lot more bigger and a lot more paint for Floppot here, as one down on either side. The triple A strikes though flying through the sky for Rogue, but with two down on Floppot, it's looking really good for them. The range going to go down. Scar trying to get the pick on Goss. Goss holding it down alongside Jared before they're picked out. Jared trying to get the pick on the snipe. They know that Gray is right there. Going to be able to get the pick on them as just 15 points left on the board. Scar's going in, but Jared was sharking right there. Going to be able to get a punch on them. Zero using the killer whale in order to combo, and that is going to be game 2 swiftly done. Floppot looking to shut this down. You get a bracket reset right off the get-go.
Well, there's still one game left for that. But Floppot showing us that they want that reset, but they're not kidding. But right now, Rogue, they're on winner's side, but they're the ones that are in difficult. They're the ones that don't know what to do, that can't get onto that Floppot team that's here to fight. And going on to the next map, that's going to be pretty tough for Rogue. They are down 2 games. They need a reverse sweep if they want to avoid the bracket reset. And if they don't win the next game, they get in the bracket reset with such momentum that they're going to be in trouble right there.
Oh yeah, they're going to be in trouble, and especially on a map like Hammerhead Bridge. If Floppot is able to get at least a little bit of a push off of zone, if Rogue isn't able to get him out, that could be wraps for them, as it's very easy on a map like this to get locked down.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, and I can expect the splatter color screen to be absolutely key right there to allow you to get back onto the map without being seen, without being called out. Both of these teams need a plan to get back onto the zone once they're pushed away, because being pushed away is something that could very well happen for any team right there. You just need to take that control and not let it go, because once you're pushed out, getting back in, so tough.
Oh yeah, no, it is absolutely difficult. Maybe they can use the Trizuka coming out from Obito if they stick to it, but no. Here we go, seeing the comps coming out here. We're seeing the Rapid Pro Deco coming out from Rogue here, coming out specifically from Gray, and going back to the Vanilla 52 for Obito, the Zap from Promino, and on the side of Floppot, we're seeing pretty much sticking to the same comp here.
I mean, let them cook. Let's see how they're able to do, how switching the game up will work for Rogue right now. Both teams are just fighting for the zone. The bazooka coming in is finding already one. Floppot are looking to take the zone right now, and they're singling out every player. Oh, Promino jumping to the side. That's huge. And Rogue still around the zone, able to surprise Floppot and get back that control.
Yeah, trying to get that control right now. Rogue is absolutely pushing, especially with the double killer whale that's coming back and forth. Zero does not care though, as they're able to take out one of their members. Promino just trying to hold down the paint and allow some jumps in, as Floppot is going to be able to take out Gray, trying to push up on Obito right now alongside Promino. Obito trying to stay alive for a little bit longer, knowing Zero is going to be about to come in, but it's going to be shut down because of it. Zero going down too though, as Promino, we see here, trying to come up on this left side, but Jared sees exactly where they are, jumping back out because they know that that angle shooter shuts down Jared, as Gray is going to be getting a pick on Zero, and the killer whale is going to be coming out from them. Alongside all of these combo and chip damage, that is going to be very difficult for Floppot to deal with, but they still have control of the zone and are leaving Rogue in trouble on that left side. They're not able to come out from that, even with this pick on Gauze. Gray is going to be going down. The triple ink strike is not going to be able to get them the paint they need, with the slaughter color screen pretty much going to be shutting down their line of sight. That's going to have to be good, and it's just going to be Scar left alive. They were stuck in the corner for so long. And ladies and gentlemen, everybody in the crowd, here we are in the Zone 34 bracket reset.
We get a bracket reset. We get a bracket crushed. We get a bracket destroyed. I mean, Rogue, they were around the zone most of that game. It didn't matter. They were not able to paint it. Whatever they did, they could get the splats, they could get any move. They were not able to outpaint Floppot at any time in this game. And Floppot gets game number 3 with another KO. And now the reset has to be painful for Rogue. They really need to reset not just the bracket, but their minds, because getting back from that is going to be incredibly difficult.
Oh, yeah, no. That is going to be incredibly difficult for Rogue, especially with how Hammerhead played out. We saw Floppot was able to pretty much corner them in that right side, make sure they didn't get out, and put down just one splatter color screen to block off their complete line of sight. They did a really good job on backing up and putting all the members of Rogue in a corner. And now Rogue are like, okay, now it's now or never, because before, they could have got a bracket reset. We were a little fine there. The bracket reset's fine, but now we got to lock in. We got to make sure we're in the zone and that the members of Floppot are not able to get us out like that again. And we're starting out on a map like Robo Ramen. That is going to be very, very powerful for them. And that's going to be, there's a lot of space. They're not going to be locked out like they were in Hammerhead, as I was saying before, a small map. This is basically the opposite. There's the trenches. There's all the different sides you can go on. I imagine that's going to be a lot more scrap heavy, and there's going to be a lot more going on.
Yeah, that's going to be very different in terms of dynamic. Again, Rogue need something different. They need to switch things up. They need a plan to push Floppot away, to win these fights and get back in the game. But I mean, it's Rogue we're talking about. They went in these grand finals through the grand door. We know what they can do. We know what they're able to do. This is certainly not over, but right now they need to stop the absolute slaughter that Floppot is bringing to them.
Yeah, no, they need to stop it. This absolute momentum that Floppot had, pretty much 3-0 and swept that initial grand finals. Now in this bracket reset, Rogue has got to wake up and make sure that they don't sleep on Floppot, as they are coming for them. They're coming for their necks. And if they win these next couple games, Floppot is going to be able to take the gold right out from under Rogue with that advantage they had in the beginning. Now they're on even playing field, and Rogue has got to make sure that they use that to their advantage.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, and Robo remember, it's a good map to get back in the game because there are so many different ways to play it. You can bring something that will create the surprise into your opponent, and as I say that, the game's about to start, so let's see how it goes. Game 1 of this final set of In the Zone.
Yep, game 1 of this final set. We're going to be seeing the comps coming out here. Gray going right back to the range blaster here. Meanwhile, Floppot, sticking to their usual comp. Both teams going back to their tried and true as we're starting out. Already seeing Zero going to be going down, and Rogue getting so much paint on the board. But Goss is shutting down Obito with that Trizuka coming out of the get-go. But Cooler is up on both sides. Gray trying to get a pick, gets a trade on Goss as Scar is trying to shut down Q from that trench down there, but somebody sees them. It's going to be Zero going in for the kill. Not going to be able to get it though, as Scar is able to hold it down, put tri-strikes from the bottom onto that bridge. Not going to be able to find the picks though, as the members of Floppot are going to be trying to get back in. Jared's going to be going down though. Scar is trying to push up on Goss alongside Gray. Gray's going to be shut down though by Goss, as they're going to be swimming right back up, getting the paint on the zone, getting it down to 81, finally getting the pick on Scar. And this is so good right now for Floppot, getting that Zuka pick on Gray, as Jared is pushing right up to Obito. Wants that pick, wants them down. Zero going to be helping them out, but Zero's going to be going down in return, and Jared is going to be avenging their fallen teammate, as Q is going to be holding down the paint. They're going to be pushing back up. Even though this triple shooting strike is going to be flying, trying to take the zone back for Rogue, Floppot is still in a really solid spot.
And they are Rogue not able to apply penalty, able to paint the zone and to get the picks. They're finally in control. They're finally doing what they've been wanting to do this whole grand final. And right now, all they need to do is stop Zero from getting in, painting the zone, getting the onslaught. Zero is countered and 2 down onto Floppot. Floppot was not able to paint the zone. This is the opportunity for Rogue to get back in this game. They could get the lead off of that right now. All they need to do is hold the zone a bit longer, but it's just Promano. Promano using the tactical just for himself. And all of Rogue has to go back from spawn right now. Floppot is back in control. They lost the lead, but I mean, with the control that they have and the amount of points that they have, the lead is going to come back. Ooh! Oh! Promano! Just run away!
Promano is in a really bad spot right now, Pat. They were able to take 3 down again, and we can see Floppot literally making a barricade on the zone right now, making sure the members of Rogue can't get in. Zero going for a Hail Mary, not able to get it, but with 30 points left on the board, getting that pick on Scar from Jared was so beneficial. That splatter color screen literally just being used just to get him out of their spawn, getting those specials out of the way, trying to get the pick on Gray. Rogue able to get some penalty onto Floppot, very beneficial for their team, but Floppot still has so much control. The strikes are still going out in the favor of Rogue, trying to push in. We're seeing Scar and Obito coming in. Obito getting a trade on Zero might have been really good for them, as Gray is trying to push in. Goss is on that right, they're trying to get cute. Gonna get picked off though in return, and Scar is just somehow in there, but is going to get punished because of that, and no paint, as Floppot is going to be taking that zone pack, and with 2 down, trying to push up, but Goss is going to be shut down by Gray, as Gray is going for that backside on Trench. They know one of them is weak. Zero's going to go down. They have the Wavebreaker at the ready, which might help about just a little bit here, as they're trying to find out where the members of Floppot are. We are seeing Gray trying to go back and forth, but it's going to get picked off by that Zuka coming out from Goss. Sprinkler coming out. So much paint is happening on this map right now, Flop. Right now, Pat, that I just can't keep up with it. It's so much.
Yeah, Rogue is staying in control of the zone, almost getting rid of their penalty, but Floppot is not stopping. They are running in, and getting that extra pick on Promano on the pencil is so important for Floppot right there. That is economy advantage for them, but they have 2 players down. All Gray needs to do is get 1 extra pick. Oh, and that trade is enough! Right there, Rogue is back in control of the zone, but all of Floppot is back on the attack now that they have Tacticular. It's going to go pretty fast.
Yeah, it is going to go pretty fast. Obito trying to push up even just a little bit there. Zero's going to go down as Gray is going absolutely in there, trying to get this pick on Q. Not going to be able to find it, as they're going to get picked off in return. We're seeing Promano backing up. They're just 2 alive in the mid for Rogue, as Floppot is pushing in, getting 2 coming out from Goss, but Obito is trying to go for a flank, but it's going to be shut down because of it. Absolutely punished here. Q just keeping the paint on the board. Scar's getting picked off. It's just 2 left alive for Rogue, as Gray and Promano's going to find something, but Gray gets shut down by the Trizuka coming out from Goss. 5 seconds left on the clock. They have to rush in. There's so much paint going out, but no, it is not enough, as Floppot is able to take the first game of this bracket reset, going 4 games straight with the victory, with the paint, with the picks. They only need 2 more wins to go. They take this whole tournament down.
And that's... I mean, Floppot right now is 4-0 against Rogue. They are not stopping. Rogue able to get a few pushes, able to get some control of the zone, but not able to keep Floppot from coming back from it. Not able to keep that lead a bit longer. Floppot are on their way to being your winners, and Rogue need to change things. They need something big if they want to stay in this game.
Yeah, no, they need to figure it out here and now, because if Floppot just gets 2 more victories, that's going to be game over and tournament over for Rogue. Well, technically for both teams, but still, Rogue needs to figure something out here on Museum d'Alfonsino, which could be something that will allow them, again, an open map. They know where everything is. This is a map that's played time and time again. They need to figure it out here, because they do not have much left.
And this is a map where having a blaster under a ledge can do a lot of damage. This is the kind of plays that Gray wants to do. This is the kind of things that can really switch things up. That's what Rogue has been trying to do, is play the maps the way Museum allows you and helps you play as much as you can. So this is not over for Rogue, but they need to show what they can do right now, because we're getting very, very close to the end of this tournament.
Yeah, no, we're getting scarily close, and hopefully they can use the range blaster to their advantage here, as you were mentioning before, Pat, using those ledges to their advantage, but they're going to have to figure that out. They can use something with the triple ink strikes too. We can say the same thing coming out from the Slosher, of course, from Scar. Obito, we know, we've seen what they can do before. They got to use that aggression to their favor. Even though Floppot is being as aggressive as them, they got to find something that works for them. Maybe even a little bit of a switch up in comps, but I don't imagine that's going to be happening here. As you're getting into the Museum match coming out, we're seeing the comp on Rogue. Yep, pretty much sticking. Obito going on that 52 deco as per usual. Seeing pretty much the same comps coming out from both sides.
Yeah, the weapons are not the issue. It's about the players, it's about the coordination, and Zero is instantly called out and punished right now. That's the opening that Rogue wants. They are all on the zone trying to get in, and between Scar with the bucket just getting in there, and Gray is running in, gets punished for it, but Scar is also getting punished. Okay, Floppot able to answer, get back in there, and bring the fights to Rogue.
Yeah, no, they're bringing the fights right to their front door here. Even with Goss going down, Zero is running in, getting the pick on Gray, and holding that bottom left before they get picked out themselves. The triple ink strike and the splatter color screen are coming out on the side of Rogue here, trying to make something work, as Jared is in the corner trying to pick off Scar, able to get the pick before getting shut down themselves. That is going to be really good with just 2 left alive on the side of Rogue. They are trying to live as much as possible, but Gray is going for it. They're getting the pick on Q. Nobody is stopping their push right now. The Wavebreaker coming out, trying to get Jared, but Jared is going to stay alive just to pick them off, as Obito is trying to finish off their avenged teammates' captor as they're trying to get the paint. It's in favor of Floppot, but Rogue just has a little bit before they got to get lead again. It's still early in the match. They still have so much to go. As Scar and Obito, they want Jared gone. They want him gone from anything they can do. They know that Squeezer is a nightmare, and Obito's going to get picked off because of it. And it's 2 down once again for Rogue. Once again, as we're seeing Gauze coming out with this Trizuka, getting punished by Gray, but Gray's going to be picked off in return, as Floppot is keeping the zone and pushing up onto their plat. Obito able to punish Jared for that, but they still have the paint, even with Obito trying to push in now.
And Obito is fighting in a 1v2. That's going to be a trade right there. Floppot has taken the lead and are looking to take even more. But no, Rogue able to apply penalty on the zone. They're all around there looking to just get rid of Zero right there. And wait, it's almost everybody's down, but Ghost able to clean up and end it all. Floppot stays on top of the zone, and Ghost is not wasting a second and is already going onto that platform with Bazooka, trying to get more, gets punished, but Jared has the time to get in as well, gets more and more fight, and Zero is following. There's really a stagger onto Rogue's platform right there, but Rogue, taking their time, are back onto the zone, back onto painting.
They're doing really powerful right now. Jared may be able to finish off Gray. Scar going down 2 on that top right. Just 2 left alive. And of course the cooler is coming out for Floppot as they're coming back into the zone, able to take it back in control, not minding the splatter color screen at all. Jared finally going to be getting punished before Gray goes out in return. And we can see Scar and Prometo trying to make something off of this plat. They're just trying to play a little safe right now, making sure everybody's okay, especially because somebody like Zero could just take out Prometo from right under the plat there on that ledge, trying to push in on this left side. They know Gray's there right now, using the splash wall, trying to get that pick. Gray's going to be able to jump out with the killer whales coming out. They know where Gray's location is now. They got him on lock, trying to get that pick, pushing into them, going to be able to get it with the killer whale 5.1 combo. As Scar, they're trying to push in, but Gosh coming in onto their plat, going left and right, going to be able to get Prometo in a nice pick, and Zero's right here too, going to be getting their teammate too. It's just Scar and Gray left alive. Just a few seconds left on the clock. This triple ink strike's got to do something here, but it's not enough. It was not in time, as Floppot is going to be taking this museum game as they have just 1 win to go before they take the gold.
Floppot showing what they can do once they have momentum, and Rogue, they were struggling just on their own platform in these fights. It was so tough for them, and I mean, it like individually it was working. Each player was able to do what they wanted to do, but Floppot a bit more moving as a team a bit better, a bit faster, a bit more coordinated, and keeping their eyes on the zone, keeping the points ticking and the clocks going their way. Floppot is now 2-0 and needs only one more game to be your in the zone champions.
Yes, and as we're going back onto the map that we started this set with, Undertow Spillway, they're going to be learning from their mistakes they made that first game, especially in a dire situation like this. They got to make sure they remember what happened when we started this set and go like, okay, this is where we faltered in our first time around against Floppot on Undertow. Now we got to consider this, go into this set here and make sure we don't falter into that again. We got to make sure that we separate the members of Floppot as much as possible. Make sure they can't combo off of each other. Make sure that we keep control of the zone and do that we have done every time before. Keep pushing up, keep being in their base, keep being in their face, trying to get that win because it is now or never for Rogue.
Now or never, indeed. There is no more losers bracket. There is no more bracket reset. There is no next game. Rogue needs to win it all if they want to win this tournament. It is now, and they have to come back on a map where at least they know what Floppot is doing. They know Floppot's strat. They can discuss it. They need to adapt. They need to step up their speed, to step up their game, and they need to do it now because, I mean, it's their last shot.
Yeah, this is their last chance. So Rogue has got to make sure they lock in for this because if not, we're going to be seeing a 6-0 come out from Floppot here as they're just going to be finishing up. We're going to be getting now. This could be the final game of the night. This is the match point coming out for the bracket reset for the grand finals of In the Zone 34. Seeing the comps coming out here, we're seeing the heavy edit coming back on the side of Floppot. And we're seeing Rogue going back for that vanilla spotter shot instead of the 52, opting for that Zuka spam.
Yeah, here we go, pretty much what we could expect. I mean, we've seen these weapons come back and forth between these two teams, and here we go. First, Zuka is coming from Goss. Promano is going to fall early with the pencil. That is pretty tough for Rogue right there. Rogue lost their safety net. But they are answering and both teams just getting splats left and right. That being said, Floppot has the zones and has the control.
Yeah, they have the control right now. Seeing Zero trying to protect themselves with this wall, not going to work as Q is on their side. Promino going to be able to pick them off in return as Scar is trying to push up in here, trying to see what they can do, but this Zuka coming out from Goss is going to shut them down rather quick here as they're trying to paint the zone. Zero going down, Gray going down. So many fights happening here, but Floppot still has control. Rogue has not been able to get the zone at least once, and they got to change that. Gray able to pick off Jared. They see where Goss is. They can get the pick on him here if they're not able to jump out. They were able to, but Goss trying to get the pick once again, not going to be able to, as for the first time, Rogue is able to have control and get 2 picks on this left side here as Obito is pushing up more and more. They see Jared. They're trying to get the cooler, able to get him. They got to push for Jared. It's now or never. They got to make sure that Jared isn't able to set up with this screen. Here we go. The splatter color screen coming out from Floppot. This is going to be the start of their big push here as Zero is going to be on this snipe trying to push in alongside that, but the specials are coming out from Rogue. Dapple.ink strike pretty much stopping that push in its entirety, leaving Floppot in a bit of a bad situation, especially with their flank getting picked off here. Zero trying to pick off Obito return, able to get the pick after a pretty scrappy fight there, but still Floppot have got to find a way back in, even with that zone coming in, able to get that reset for those penalties on Rogue.
And the reset has come. Rogue is back in control, but Zero is on top of glass, dropping and getting only one, but that was on the pencil right there. Tactical is applied, the survey should be back very, very soon. Rogue can breathe a little bit. They're about to get the lead and Floppot has no way in. It looks like Rogue is able to adapt to what Floppot is doing. They have the lead, but Floppot is answering. They get a wipe out, NM, and Floppot has full control of the zone. They lost the lead, but they got everything else.
This is looking not so good right now for Rogue, as Floppot was able to turn that situation around pretty quick and is now trying to take down the points. We're seeing Goss stuck in a corner here trying to take out Flopnation. Going to be able to get the pick. Is right behind Gray trying to take him out too. They're going all the way around trying to get the pick, able to get it. And now Floppot has so much of a lockout. Getting the pick on Scar 2. Obito going in for a solo pay. Able to get one. Get two. Trying to find Goss in Q2. We're seeing Gray coming up on the top onto this glass here. Goss trying to shut it down with this Chizuka. Not going to be able to, as they're just trying to play for their life, especially with Zero going down to Obito's Trizuka 2. And the zone's going back in Rogue's favor, able to take out Goss in return as Obito is pushing up for Jared. They want them gone, but Jared is going to be jumping back. Floppot is trying to make sure that they don't go in alone. They try to plan something that's able to work, especially with Zero coming in, able to take the one, take the two. They're trying to go for Obito. Obito able to back up though, is trying to protect their zone as much as possible. They're doing it alone. They're putting in the elbow grease. They're putting in the work, but somebody's trying to come in from up top and is able to take him out. Goss able to get that pick back and push in, trying to get somebody else. They know Scar's here. There know so many people, but they want their Zuka at the ready. Popping it here, trying to see who they can pick off, trying to find somebody, but not going to be able to. But it's so back and forth right now. Obito firing a Trizuka in return, and Zero coming up, trying to get the pick on them, but Scar is going to lob shot right above their wall, ignoring it entirely, getting the pick in return.
And it's not over. Rogue once again is so close to getting that lead back. They only need to keep it a bit longer and shoot down onto Floppot. This is the opportunity for Rogue to get the game. All they need to do is to paint the squares, but Floppot is back into action. They are contesting both zones right now. The zones are back into orange. Rogue is just 2 ticks away, just one, and they get the lead with 10 seconds left. Rogue is alive in this, but Floppot is back on there. Floppot just capture the zone. They're going to need a huge overtime victory if they want to seal the deal here and now.
Oh my Pat, this is looking so close right now. Floppot has got to push in. They cannot falter, or that's going to be it. With one zone taken, Rogue is getting so much pain on the board, and they finally get points on the board. Rogue has a point on this bracket reset. They're not over just yet, even when it's all down. Luck has left them. They are here. They are still here to win this, and they're going to look to reverse sweep Floppot right now, getting a point on the board and putting them in a little bit of jeopardy.
Do not count Rogue out. They are not done. It is not over. And we are going to game number 4. It's going to be on Hagglefish Market. And what a set. These two teams are so fast, so intense. They're always fighting. It's so tough for us to follow what's happening because everything is happening all around the map. It's incredible, but Rogue able to get that comeback, able to stay in the game. That's what they need to do, and that win has to feel pretty good.
Oh yeah, no, I imagine it has to feel good, especially with everything that has happened before. I imagine Rogue is so happy right now. Like, yes, we got that win. We're still in it. We're trying to get this victory, and we're going to be able to, if we're just able to lock in the zone for just 2 more games. If they're able to get that, even with the bracket reset, they'll be able to win, as we're going to be going on to Hagglefish Market for this next game. A map that has been fought time and time again on so many close sets, and that's not going to be any different today.
Oh yeah, these 8 players could go around this map with their eyes closed if they wanted to. This is such the classic of Splatoon 3, and I mean, we're not going to see a change in composition. We're going to see the weapons that we expect to see come back, because that's what they've been doing, of controlling the space, controlling these wide open grounds, having the walls, having the screens, and having that blaster just to deny what the opponent could do. But here we go. It's still match point for Floppot. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing how it's going to be going as we're going to be seeing the comps coming out. We're seeing Scar finally switching off of the vanilla slosher, instead going for the sloshing machine. That's going to be really interesting, especially considering, Neo Machine exists, and it's going to be a very high points for special with that 220p. But they want that fizzy machine combo. They want to make that work here.
Yeah, for maximum fighting spirits right there. And Scar is already to the side, trying to get a pick, but not able really to get much. All of Floppot is to the side right there. Rogue still fighting for that zone. This Booyah Bomb coming in is going to allow Floppot to get at least one pick onto Zero and to push forward. Obito is in, and right now Rogue is going to get the lead, is going to get the zone, and is defending as much as they can.
They're defending as much as they can right now, but Zero is going to be going down. Gray is still in it right now. Wavebreaker coming out, trying to see if they can locate anybody, getting the pick on Gauze before going down themselves, as Promino is holding down the zone as much as possible. Obito trying to put bombs in. Rogue is looking in a really good spot, but Zero is able to sneak out, pushing Scar out of their position before they're going to be getting picked off in return. Even with the Zuka coming out from Gauze, Rogue is learning from their past mistakes and is keeping a nice chokehold on this zone, and a nice pick coming out from Scar going on Jared, but Floppot was able to put enough on the zone in order to take it back in their favor. Zero trying to push up on Scar, but Scar is going to be living for another day, trying to make their way back up while Zero is going to be pushing for them.
And that's still a fight going between Zero and Scar. Zero is going to get it though, and the rest of Floppot was able to take the zone to keep it. Rogue still around it though. They're not pushed away, and with the Zuka they should be able to at least apply still a bit more pressure. We have 3 minutes left in this game. Both of these teams are so close with each other, and Floppot is looking to get that lead. Shoot down! And look at that, Jared! And Zero just getting in there so fast, and Goss just sealing the deal. Oh, whoa, Floppot has the whole map right there. It's going to be so tough for Road, especially since there's just 25 ticks left.
Yeah, but with this Booyah Bomb coming out of the zone, they're trying to get it back. But with Gray going down, the Fizzy Bomb's trying to get it in congestion. 2 left alive right now, and Rogue not looking good. 3, 2, 1. Game, set, match, and tournament. They gave them a little bit of hope, but it was not enough to climb Rogue back out of the hole they dug themselves in, as Floppot is going to be taking that match on Hagglefish Market, and they're going to be crowned your In the Zone 34 champions. Jared, Q, Zero, and Goss, your champions.
And what a showing by Floppot. What a set and what a tournament, Adam. That was incredible. And Floppot, yeah, as you said, they let Rogue have their game. They let Rogue have hope. But when the second Rogue got some momentum, Floppot was able to stop them, was able to stop everything, get their head back, get the lead back, and get that final game that crowns them the zone champions.
Yeah, that was absolutely beautiful coming out from them. You saw right as it was looking down for Floppot, both Jared and Goss just got as many picks as they could, literally getting one, and Jared just turned around, got another, pushed up right up to their plat, and then shutting down the rest with that Trizuka coming out from Goss. That was absolutely beautiful coming out from both teams for all of those matches, but Floppot is going to be the ones left standing above all else, and is going to be your champions for tonight.
Yeah, congratulations to them. And thank you all for watching. Before we go, NM, I want to see more of you. I want to hear more of you. Where can I find you on the internet?
Well, you can find me on Twitter and Twitch down there below at Ninstar123. That's where, I post sometimes mainly about what I'm doing for my career, broadcasting, writing, all that stuff. That's what I like to post on there. But of course, where can the people find you, Pat?
You can find me here at Pat Autumn on Twitter, and that's pretty much it. And yeah, I'd like to thank also our wonderful streamer Brownie for being there for us, for being doing an incredible job showing us all of the action. Brownie, can you be on the mic? Can you tell us where we can find you? Yay!
Yay!
Brownie?
Oh wait, I was on the wrong mic. Anyways, you can find me on on Bravni, on Twitter, on Twitch, streaming sometimes when I having fun about it. And anyways, it was a lot of fun again today. Thank you very much for having me. It was a lot of fun again.
Yeah, well, thank you to Dapple Productions for having us. Thank you to Sendou for being Sendou and doing Sendou things. Thank you to all the players, and thank you all for watching us. And we'll see you in the next tournament.
You have yourselves a good night, everybody.